And just a little bit of a primer, if you're here for the first time, the mics are a little challenging. You'll see that you've got a button directly in front of you. When you get ready to speak, go ahead and press that. You'll see a very faint red light go on. It's not going to be extremely bright. And then when you're done, like I just did, turn the mic off. All right. And trust me, if you start speaking and no one can hear you, they'll let you know. Or he'll come out and let you know, like Mike, because we do record these and we do stream now, so that the audio is extremely important. And while we're waiting, I do have to confess, one of the coolest things that and I'm Darren, by the way. I should introduce myself. I'm Darren Hornbeck. I teach at Linganore High School in Frederick County, and I'm here on behalf, and we'll find there are other affiliations with Frederick, but I'll let that come around when it comes around. But anyway, I'm so glad to see everybody. Melita Kitchen is on her way. She's our chair. I'm the vice chair. And so she knew she was going to be late. Some of you have probably heard about some transportation issues in and around the state. Melita is certainly being impacted by that. So if you're watching or you're streaming or you're part of that, trust me, we're part of it too. We're impacted the same as everybody else is. So she'll be here in just a few minutes. But anyway, so I'm Darren. Yeah, by 10 minutes I saw. I saw that yesterday. Yeah. So, right. So anyway, what I was going to say was, several years ago, working as a vice chair with a previous chair, I developed a really good habit that I copied off her. She would do a seating chart whenever everybody came in, because, okay, I'm of a certain age and getting everybody's name like instantly in my head. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at it. And so anyway, she always did a seating chart. Well, some of us are so new, we don't have name tags and stuff. So I didn't do a seating chart. So that puts me at a huge disadvantage because I like, wait a minute, who are you? So if you would be kind enough to do us the favor this meeting, especially with so many of us new, when you turn on your mic, could you say your name? And that'll help with the people doing the records, and it'll certainly help us out as we get acquainted with everybody. All right. Any questions before we get started? All right, so we've gone over the mics and so forth. Are we good to go? All right, and first of all, anybody who, I know we have people who will give us public comment, so my apologies for making you wait while we delayed the meeting a little bit while folks arrived. All right, I think as a first order of business with call to order, before we get to public comment, we do have a number of new members, and I would appreciate it if we could go around the room and just introduce ourselves, who we're here on behalf of, and anything else you want to share. So if you want to go ahead and start us out, that would be great.
Good morning, Chris McGee. Nice to meet all of the newbies. Good to see everybody else in person.
Hey, Mr. Hendershot, I was just sending you a message. So I have passes for the circus, and I was thinking for attendance because we were talking about like trying to kick it off and track the classes that have the best.
Miss Robach, you're not muted.
I love it. That's awesome. I don't have passes for the circus. But I do work at Frostburg State University, and I coordinate the Matt Elementary alternative track to licensure, and I'm on behalf of MATE, the Maryland Association of Teacher Educators.
Am I on? I always have a problem with this. Joy Spain, and I work at the Pathway Schools. I'm here with MANSEF, but what is it, Kelly?
You are sitting in one of the seats for the Association of Independent Schools of Maryland.
There we go.
Maryland Schools.
So there we go.
Hi, everybody. My name's Joy Bacon. I work at Baltimore School for the Arts, just about half a mile up the road. And I'm here on behalf of the Baltimore Teachers Union, and so glad to meet everyone in person.
I'm sorry, I missed your name. Can you say it again?
Joy Bacon.
Okay.
The joys are next to each other, so.
That makes it easier. Yeah.
And I'll go by Joy if you forget, so. I'm Debbie Gartland. My day job is at Towson University, but I actually also represent a higher education, MACD, but the other one, the sister organization to MATE.
While you're there.
I am the official name tag trader.
Okay. Sandy Scordalis, Baltimore County Public Schools. I teach at Patapsco High School, which is just through the tunnel. And I'm here on behalf of MSEA.
Hi, I'm Amy Poirier. I work at Shepherd Pratt School in Rockville, and I am here on behalf of Mansef.
All right. And so far, this has been a test to the mic, and everybody has passed so far. So that's good. We'll just continue on.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I'm Keisha Allen. I am an assistant professor at University of Maryland College Park, and I believe I'm here on behalf of MACD.
Doesn't look like it's on. There we go. Karen Yoho. I am a school board member in Frederick County. Frederick County Public Schools. I taught in Frederick County for 25 years, and I am here on behalf of MABE, Maryland Association of Boards of Education.
My name's Melissa Carpenter. I am a 5th grade teacher in Charles County, and I'm here on behalf of MSEA.
Winona Taylor, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Teacher Educators.
Good morning. I'm Dion Kerbeam. I'm at Coppin State University, and I'm here also a part of MATE, representing MATE. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Fitzgerald. I am an Assistant Attorney General for the Maryland State Department of Education, and I am counsel to this board.
Oh, see, I failed the test. I forgot to turn it on. All right, see, now that's what you get. Monica, would you kindly introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. Monica Roebuck. I am a teacher in Prince George's County, and I'm at Paint Branch Elementary School, and happy to be here.
All right, great. And who else do we have that's on? I'm having trouble seeing. Oh, Ms. Bobbitt, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Janelle Bobbitt. I'm a special education teacher at Booker T. Washington Middle School, and I am representing Baltimore Teachers Union.
All right, great. And Alex, can you jump on and introduce, please?
Sure. This is Alex Canberra. I work for the State Department of Education with Kelly Meadows, and I support the meeting, but I am at home sick today. I apologize.
Oh, I hope you feel better. All right, and I
Thank
see
you.
Cheryl's on, so we'll get to you in just a moment. Man, you must have run here. I just picked up a text that said I'm in the parking garage, and I turn around, and there you are. I did a seating chart. See, I did put it together. All right, well, while she gets settled in, it's nice to meet everybody. If you're here and you're new, I think you already can understand this is a very congenial board. And I can tell you it's been a pleasure all the time that I've served on the board. You'll certainly get an education and learn about things you never knew before. You'll make wonderful connections and so forth, and I think we do a lot to work together to improve education. So I've always been proud of the work that we've done, especially on a day like today where we are getting so close to starting to complete our work. So what you're about to engage in, I think today, is a continuation of the work that has been really, about 3 years in coming at least. I'm seeing 5. In my head, it's like 3 when it really took off. But yeah, it's been a long time. And I think over that time, we have built a lot of collaboration between people. I think we've worked hard to build consensus. And I think even though it's taken that amount of time, I want to be proud when these regs leave, because I think we have built up a good relationship with folks to make them work and be accepted. And that being said, we're still continuing to listen, which is what today is about, to go through literally everything. So if you saw the schedule and you saw, good Lord, it goes till 2 o'clock, yeah, we're going to spend some time today looking at things and setting an agenda and so forth for going forward. So also, if you're here, this is not a sit-out round if you're brand new, so feel free to jump right in. You don't need to wait. Your opinion's needed, and if you've got something to say, please make sure you do that as we go through. All right, and now, thank gosh you're here, because my duties as vice chair are now over, so I turn it over to Melita. Can you introduce yourself? Everybody else knows who we are.
So good morning, everyone. I am the chair of PSTEB, Melita Kitchen, representing MSEA. I am a mother of a very rambunctious, very excited 8-year-old who is in 3rd grade, but I live in Howard County. So if you've seen anything on the news, I am very much impacted by the bus challenges, we're going to say. But the bus challenges, so I had to do drop off this morning with probably what felt like a 2-mile stretch of the carpool lane. So thank you for your patience and thank you for your grace this morning. I think Darren, and so Darren's saying the coach here, but Darren kind of left out that he used to be chair. Yes. Yeah. So Darren used to be chair. So we are super excited to be here to continue our work after a little bit, not really a summer break, but welcome to everyone who are here. Super excited. Everyone who has been on this board, this was once our first meeting. Please feel free to ask questions if you don't know what was the rationale, why, how did we get here? Because for some of us who've been on this committee for a while now, we forget how we got here. So please feel free to ask questions. This is very open. We're very friendly. We don't bite, I promise. This is not we've always done it this way, you know, how sometimes education can be that way. So please feel free to ask questions. Please stop us. Anything that's confusing, anything with understanding what the numbers means on the regs, please just ask us because we were once all there. And with that, I think we're ready to Darren, did you open up the meeting or do I need to officially start the meeting?
Nope, I think we've started.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start it. Hi to the friends at home, and let's go ahead and get started. So I think with that being said, and again, I apologize for the tardiness, but we had to wait for the bus. And so I think we'll go ahead and get started with our public comment. I do know that we have public comment today. And so Alex, with you being virtual, how does this work?
She's not giving public comment. It's just Miss Boast.
No, I know that. I was saying Alex, like you or her or you're here should direct everything to you.
Kelly's going to run things for you.
I got it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, Kelly. I got confused.
Got it.
Yeah, and Kelly, you didn't introduce yourself, I hear.
I didn't. Hi.
I'm sorry, I forgot to call on you.
That's okay. I'm Kelly Meadows. Today I'm sitting for the designee of the state superintendent. I work at the Maryland State Department of Education.
All right, so I think we are ready for our public comment. Ms. Bose, take it away.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm glad you were able to make it there. Chairperson Kitchen. I'm Cheryl Boast. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association, representing 75,000 members across Maryland. I hope everyone had a good start to the school year, and I want to thank you for everything that you do for our students, both in the K-12 and higher education. Today, I want to talk about Code More 13A12, the licensure, but I first want to thank you for all the work that you've done. I kind of laughed when Darren said our work is almost done. I don't think the work is ever done, though, Darren. And it's just this portion might be coming to a close. But as I go forward, I think with educator licensure regulations that were published and you receive feedback, there are a few things that could be technical changes and maybe some things to delete because there are ongoing work groups. So I hope to provide some clarity in some of the language and so that it's well received in our school districts and operational as soon as it's published. For example, there are instances where a reference is made to agency or department, yet these terms are not fully defined and do not identify exactly which organization is responsible for the regulation. Other examples would be using a term like professionally licensed mentor, when in fact there is no such certification that is being referred to. So there's ambiguity there. Lastly, in some instances, there is a separation between the terms full-time teaching and part-time teaching that is unnecessary due to the responsibilities and roles being defined are the same, and certification is the same for both groups. So just a technical cleanup of those terms. When examining some of the administrative processes that will be necessary to make these new changes, there needs to be a consideration of the effects these will have on other areas within the professional learning environment. For instance, the timeline and levels of authorization needed to reach a fully completed professional development plan place an undue burden on both the applicant and the administrative support structure. That could possibly lead to either a plan that is not fully developed or one that is rushed through review to meet a deadline. Both cases are undesirable and do not provide the best method of ensuring that our educators have a specific, realistic, and actionable action plan. Similarly, outlining the need for comprehensive teacher induction without specifying a minimum level of funding or support provides unequal conditions for those entering the teaching field. The teacher induction plan should include one that is based on local fiscal resources, availability, as opposed to a system that provides the necessary training for incoming teachers. This is one area where we believe that this could be removed while the induction work group that the superintendent is leading comes to their findings and recommendations. I just was with him this week talking about the needed induction program with so many conditional teachers coming into the state. Lastly, there's a point in the proposed regulations that appears to violate a due process clause by allowing MSDE the ability to unilaterally place an alert on an educator's record prior to adjudication. In this situation where an educator is challenging a local action, they are not able to be employed with another public school within the state until that action is resolved. In place of this alert, MSDA proposes the following language. An alert does not affect the validity of an educator's license, and the department is precluded from sharing information relative to the alert extending with other boards of education or state departments of education until the matter is fully adjudicated. So kind of not found guilty until you're actually found guilty, so to speak. This language would allow for both MSD and to place a notice on a personnel record until the whole investigation has taken place. In closing, I'd like to extend my thanks to the board and Superintendent Chaudhary and his representatives for allowing MSCA to voice its concerns. We appreciate the transparent and productive manner in which all this work has taken place, and your continued work is much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any announcements? Oh, wait, there was only one person for public comment today, correct? Okay, so announcements?
Yes, I do.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to let everyone know that we do have a new board member that's been identified. Dr. Sean Bolson from Harford County Public Schools will be joining us hopefully next month on behalf of PSAM.
Thank you. Could you please make sure you are muted if you're not, for the people at home? Okay. All right, moving along on our agenda, our communication update. And so, Darren, did you share in the August meeting about our meeting with Clarence?
I did.
Okay, so my apologies, I missed the August meeting, so just catching up. So I'm actually going to backtrack a little bit from the summer. In the summer, I had the pleasure of having coffee, Darren and myself having coffee with our state board president, and it was a great opportunity for us to share some of our priorities as PSTEB board members, as well as things coming down and what we're talking about in our discussions and our feelings and our thoughts about the current regulations that we are discussing, but also to hear his perspective on some things and what's going on with the board and their concerns and how they align with our concerns. It was a very informal conversation, but we were able to both share and find out that with many, if not all of our issues, we are very much aligned and we have the same priorities. And so it was a great opportunity for us just to talk, and the mutual respect, I think, was there in the meeting, as well as respecting our the knowledge base and the areas of expertise that this board brings, especially for those of us who are classroom teachers on the ground, both at the K-12 level, but as well as higher ed. So that was a great meeting. We did vow to meet frequently or more frequently as needed, but just having the open lines of communication, like I said, very informal, great coffee. I was able to get a peach cobbler coffee. That was really good. So he did recommend like an amazing, right, I know, right? He was able to recommend an amazing coffee shop, but even more than a great coffee, there was amazing conversations and things to be shared and opportunities for both sides to kind of pick the brains and like what are PSTEB's thoughts on this? What are your thoughts on this? And just, higher ed perspective, and then just being able to talk to him about what are the feelings with the state board and just making sure that we are continuing to work collaboratively, but the lines of communication are amazing. And I know I've been on this board for about 10 years. I know Darren's been on the board a little bit longer, but I can't say that there was a time that the lines of communication and the relationships and partnerships were there in previous tenures. Darren, did you have anything to add?
No, we did chuckle at the name of the coffee shop, and this is not a paid endorsement of any kind, but it was Coffee and Chaos, and we both thought that was kind of funny because that's what it felt like sometimes, but, so be it, was part of the journey.
And then just yesterday, we had the opportunity to meet with our state superintendent, as well as Kelly, to just kind of talk about some of the items with the public comment. And that was great too, because we were able to hear the perspective and sometimes the rationale and filling in the gaps and the pieces of like, well, where did we come with this? And how did we get here, or the department? And so I know Kelly will share some of that today as we go through, but it was really enlightening. I know going through the public comment, I have questions. And so a lot of things were like clarified. We did see some themes, so it was great having that conversation again. This was another amazing example of collaboration between PSTEB, State Board, as well as the state superintendent. So everyone is on the same page in terms of communications and priorities, and hearing what MSD, in a lot of ways, what was their priority and rationale, and some things that are important, and knowing that it aligns with who we are as a board and how we can move forward at the end of the day for the children in the state. So that's my communication update. And we'll be moving on to the approval of the June and August minutes. And if you notice, even though I was late for the bus, look at us on the agenda. We are rocking and rolling. All right, so please take a moment to look through the June and August meeting. They'll give you about no minutes? Oh, we don't have, okay. We did meet in August. We did meet in August.
We didn't meet in July.
We didn't meet in July. We're going to hold off on the minutes, Kelly?
If we could postpone, so we postponed the June minutes during the last meeting. We forgot to print them. So Nicole's running down to print them.
Okay.
So if we could circle back to that, we do not yet have the August minutes. So they will have to be postponed until October.
Okay, so we'll get the printouts, and so we'll just come back to the June meeting, and then in the August meeting, we'll approve probably August and September minutes. Okay. Thank you. All right, and so we didn't meet in July, but there was an August meeting, and so just clarifying. All right, our items for our next meeting. So we will have, so for new people on the board, the items at the top of your agenda are pretty standard in terms of what we talk about. So there'll always be a call to order, public comment, announcements, and then a communication update. And then in terms of our action items, we will go and approve our minutes. But then the other part with the discussion items, this is where we will kind of talk about what do we want to discuss for the next meeting. We will get some guidance from our, is liaison a proper word, Kelly, of which you are? Liaison?
Technically today I'm a board member.
Okay, well, board member Meadows. So in terms of what we need to talk about, so Kelly, do you think we'll still be discussing public comment next month?
I think that there is a chance that we will still be discussing public comment. It really just depends on what we can get through today.
Okay, so I want to maybe table the items for the next meeting to the end of our meeting so we can see how far where we are in the process, so that we know how to structure our next meeting as well as the time component for our October meeting. So for new board members, sometimes we meet 9:30 to 12:30. Sometimes we go to 2 o'clock. Sometimes we go a little bit later. It just depends on what we need to talk about and how heavy it is, and making sure that we have the opportunity for robust discussion. So today we're scheduled to 2 o'clock. So depending on where we stop at today will probably dictate how long our meeting is next time.
Can I make a suggestion?
Absolutely.
One of the things we did talk about at the August meeting was a rollout plan. And we talked about the fact that that was still being developed. And I think there was a suggestion that probably by October, we would have kind of an idea of times when things would be introduced and so forth. Because obviously the COMAR doesn't say beginning on this date and so forth. And we know it's going to take a little bit of time. So I think as we go through this, that would be good to have if we can get an idea of that in the October meeting.
So for clarification, Darren, are you talking about our current regs or are you talking about phase 2?
No, I'm talking about the rollout of the current regs that we're going through this second time before we vote to adopt. And like I say, I agree with you. I think what we'll do today probably, my guess is go through the regs, look at all the feedback, take what we've heard today and what we've talked about today back to our constituent groups, come back again in October. But I think there's always been that concern of how are we going to roll this out? And for us to be comfortable saying, yes, we're ready to adopt and publish, understanding how it's going to be rolled out, I think will address a lot of the concerns that we have in the back of our head. And we've been talking about that for the last 2 or 3 months, really. So, Kelly, if we're still on board with that, and I haven't checked with you in advance, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if we could have an idea of dates where we think things will begin to take, or, expectations, how this is going to be explained to the locals, the helping them with technical assistance, both that and higher ed, to meet the requirements of the new regs. Because, there's a lot of questions, especially with PDB points and turning over, and we really want to get an idea before we publish as to exactly how that's going to roll out. So I think that'll answer some questions. And I realize we'll answer that at the end of the meeting, but I just wanted to throw that out now because I think there's some concern about that will be addressed if we can do that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Darren. And so we're going to get ready to dig right in. And so for new board members, and what Darren said about taking things back to your constituent groups, that is going to be very important because sometimes it's feedback. You represent your group. And so it's good for us to know if there were concerns or there's questions. This is always a place to bring it back so that we can answer those questions or kind of get a feel for what's going on with the different groups as well as what's going on across the state. So I guess pen's ready. Let's get started.
Do you have a preference on which set?
I think how we did it yesterday is great.
We started with licensure, right?
Yep.
There. Let's knock out the big one first, right?
So we're going to start with the thicker packet.
All right. So for those of you who
Kelly,
are
I'm sorry, before we start, can we just kind of go through all the handouts that we've got so we all know what we've got?
And I'm going to go through the handouts, but I'm also going to just give a little bit of history.
I'm sorry?
Give a little bit of history.
Yep, that's perfect. Okay, great.
All right. So this is an exciting day for those of us who have been here for the entire journey, and a couple of you have been here for the entire journey. It has been at least 5 years since we've been talking about repealing and replacing both sets of these regulations that we're about to look at today. This is kind of the culmination of that work in that both this board and the State Board of Education have already granted permission to publish these regulations in the Maryland Register. And when that happens, the way that the promulgation process works specifically to this board is this is a sister board with the State Board of Education. Both boards have equal authority over educator preparation and educator licensure or certification. So this board's purview is limited to those two things, whereas the state board has a lot of other purview beneath that board. But for those two things, the boards have to agree. So in January and February, or maybe just January, I can't recall now, or maybe it was December and January, this board and the State Board of Education did grant permission to publish the language as you're going to see it today. It went to the Maryland Register for 30 days. It took a while to get into the register because of the size of these regulations. And then we received the public comment that we're going to look at today. And this is the second round of public comment. We did this all in January, February of 2022, and made a lot of substantive changes throughout February through when this board voted again to publish again in, I think, December. So many, many changes were made. We listened to the public. Most of our changes were based on public feedback. And so this is the second round of public feedback that we're going to look at today. The charge for repealing and replacing these regulations actually came in 2017. The Teacher Induction, Retention, and Advancement Act, TIRA, of 2016 was a bill in 2016 that charged a work group, a statewide work group, to make recommendations with regard to educator preparation and licensure. And so there was a whole big report that was published. We took that report, and then the blueprint work started, which was a multi-year process. Throughout that time that the commission was meeting, we were working, this board was working to repeal and replace these regulations. It is a total of 9 chapters of regulation. Mammoth amount of language. Mammoth. We don't usually do it like this. So I don't want the new members to think that this is typical. We would not usually come to you with 8 chapters of licensure regs and say, let's do this all at the same time. And we won't do that again. Once we're done with this, all of the amendments that we'll make moving forward will be more typical. We will bring 1 regulation at a time. And by regulation, I mean like 1 page of this. So this is a little unusual. But the reason we had to repeal and replace all 8 chapters at once is because everything was so linked within those chapters that we could not take a chapter at a time. And one of the reasons that we were charged, not only with the TIRA recommendations, but this board specifically recognized that the current regulations are cumbersome. They are difficult to read, they are difficult to understand, and you have to do a lot of flipping between chapters to understand what the requirements are if you're simply certified in one area, which we tried to avoid this time around. So that's kind of in a nutshell, history of how we got here today. Like I said, they were out for public comment in July, and we have summarized all of that public comment in these charts. So what you have in front of you, and for those of you who are on virtually, it is the Excel spreadsheet that I sent you. It is large, and I apologize for that, but it really is best if we see all of the columns at once. So the way that these charts are laid out, there's one for licensure and there's one for educator preparation regs. We're going to start with the licensure one. It's the bigger packet. It's the heavier packet. If you're at home or if you're online, it is the first tab in your spreadsheet that says 13A12. So we'll start with those, and what I've done is each one of these spreadsheets has a corresponding packet or PDF if you're at home. And the one that we're going to be looking at first starts with the words public comment 13A1202, and it looks like an email to Ms. Canberra. This is the first packet that's going to accompany the spreadsheet. The full comments are in this packet. What you're going to find on the spreadsheets is we've copied and pasted, but a lot of times it cuts off, and we didn't want to make it like ridiculously cumbersome. So you can see the gist of it in the chart. You may not have to even open the packet, but if we really want to get into any one comment, we can turn to the packet. So this is the key. You're going to want your spreadsheet in front of you right now, and my plan, unless Ms. Kitchen tells me differently, is to go row by row and to talk about every single comment. We have a lot, but we don't have nearly as many as we did the first time around, which is what we expected. And you're going to see some themes. So if it's the same comment being repeated, we won't do it again. But my plan is to just go from top to bottom. If that's okay.
Sounds good. Keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle as we get ready to get on this ride. I think this is an exciting part of the work, and so I think it's always, with Kelly giving historical reference, saying that we started this in like 2017, 2018, and seeing where we are now. And for those of us who kind of started there, you're like, wow, you don't realize how long you've been working on something and making sure that it's right. Mm-hmm. So we are deliberately intentional on our pace and how we go through things, but I think we're ready.
Absolutely. And I do just want to preface this conversation by acknowledging the fact, and the state superintendent said this yesterday, we're never going to have a perfect set of regulations. We're always going to find something that could be better, and we should always find ways to make things better. And in fact, that's one of his mottos that he holds us all to. So I want you to keep that in mind. I kept that in mind as I went through this and made my recommendations, and I clearly stated in my own recommendations, which I'm representing MSDE in my recommendations, that there are things that we should tackle when we do phase 2 of promulgation. That's the other thing I should say to the new board members. So knowing that this was, licensure specifically, was 8 chapters of regulation, we said from the beginning, we cannot do it all at once. Let's focus on what's most important, which is the structure, making it more user-friendly, and teachers. So for those 2, and you're going to see that the way that the chapters are organized in the licensure regulations are, there's some general provisions, definitions, some general information, and then there's a teachers chapter. There is a professional and technical education teachers chapter. It's separated out in these regulations. There's a specialist chapter, so all of our specialists like school counselors, social workers, library media specialists, they're in their own chapter. Administrators and supervisors are another chapter. And then we have a chapter for disciplinary action. And then finally, there's a chapter for this board. So this is the regulations where we codify the processes associated with this board. So what we said in the beginning is, let's tackle teachers and disciplinary action, because we had some urgent things that we need to do there. And then we'll come back to the table immediately after adoption, and we will focus on administrators and specialists. And so this board, just so you know, met a few months ago and actually prioritized what administrators and what specialists should we try to tackle first because of the urgency of the situation and how long it's been since we've opened those regs. And we have that list. Specialists and administrators are a little bit different because we'll bring together a work group of experts, content experts for each of those. So we will have to come back to the boards one at a time. So for instance, this board identified the administrator 1-2 licensure area as being of the most urgent priority after adoption. So we will bring a work group together of statewide supervisors and administrators and educator preparation. And so the recommendations from that work group will drive the regulatory language, and then we'll come back to the boards and you will read it and you will decide if you like it. So that's how it will work in phase 2. And all that is to say, there absolutely are comments here that are valid. And, either we're going to change them and they're non-substantive, we're going to change them and they are substantive changes, which means we're going to start the entire process over. And this board will have to vote permission to publish again. The state board will vote permission to publish again, and it will go back to the Maryland Register for public comment if that's the pathway that is chosen. Or third, the vote is to adopt. So that's where we are. We will go ahead and get started, and I will tell you off the bat, the first 5 rows are the same comment from different people. They are exactly the same, yes.
Can you clarify what the DCPA recommendation, who is that?
Yes, absolutely. So I need to watch my acronyms. So it's the Division of Educator Certification and Program Approval. It is the division that supports the work of this board. Thank you for calling that out. So what you're going to see on this chart is you've got the date that we received it during public comment. The number matches the number in the packet. So for 1, it should be the first page, and this page is labeled 1. Then we have the person providing the comment, the organization that they represent, if they represent an organization, the citation, if appropriate, that they are referring to in the regulations, the comment itself, again, it could be a summary of the comment, full comments in the packet, the regulatory language that they are referring to, if appropriate, and then the recommendation from the MSDE. Yes.
And Kelly, before you get started, it goes without saying, but I just want to commend you, everybody in your department. This is wonderful. I know how much time it took to read all this, but you guys read it, cited the language, explained the positions. This is an enormous amount of work. And, I've seen many regs before in my time, so have you. It's fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I know my team appreciates that too. It is a heavy lift, but that's what we do. And so we're glad that it's helpful to this board to see it in this manner. Yep. Thank you.
And before we get started, I see another board member has shown up, so just want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and let us know what organization you represent.
Sorry, thank you. My name is Stephanie Farmer, and I'm representing the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals.
All right, Kelly, I think we're ready.
All right. Okay. And if someone, Sandy, if you could just kind of get her situated. Thank you. All right. So the first 5 comments come from individuals from Harford County Public Schools. They clearly collaborated in their comments because they are the same comment, and that's something that we see typically. That's something that happens all the time during public comment. And their focus, their concern is with regard to a regulation that defines how long an LEA or non-public school can issue a conditional license to someone in the area of special education. And so for those of you who are new to the board, a conditional license is a temporary credential that an employer, meaning the LEA or a non-public special education facility, can choose to issue to someone when they cannot find someone who is professionally licensed to take that role. It's their choice. And then if they choose to issue that credential, they of course are expected to support that teacher as they become prepared, and they're basically working on the job while they're being prepared to become a teacher. I did it. It's not easy, but so that's what that license means. For special education, you're going to see in the regulations that the time that LEAs and non-publics are allowed to issue that certificate for is less than any other teaching area. And the reason that it is less is because federal law states what you're going to see in the recommendation. It's repeated all the way down, and I'm actually just going to go through one of them. So what IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, codifies is that an individual cannot have the requirements for licensure waived for special education, either temporarily or permanently. There's no waivers allowed. This is federal law. There's an exception. And the exception is here under 1, 2, 3, 4. So what the law says is if they're participating in a route to certification, special ed, teacher certification, and that route includes receiving high quality professional development that is sustained, intensive, and classroom focused, participates in a program of intensive supervision and consists of structured guidance and regular ongoing support, and a teacher mentoring program, demonstrates satisfactory progress towards full certification as prescribed by, in this case, Maryland. And number 3 is the key here, assumes the function as a teacher only for a specified period of time, not to exceed 3 years. So we would love nothing more than to say, yes, everybody's going to get the 5-year certificate, even our special educators. That is not allowed in federal law. So it's important that everybody on this board understands why we made that recommendation. And I was transparent at our previous meetings because the question often comes up, well, that's what we're doing now. We're not doing it right. So this is the opportunity to make it right and come in line with the federal law. We have to. So you're going to see this, this concern repeated throughout these comments, understandably. So these first 4 or 5, that is exactly what it's about. If there are any questions about that particular regulation or about that federal law, please just jump in and ask me as we go through.
Sorry, forgot the microphone. I guess this is just a matter of process. So because what you just pointed out in the, about the IDEA regulation was so super important, is there an opportunity that the individuals that give this comment are then kind of that is explained to them so they understand?
See?
That's a great question. So a couple ways. So ideally, you know, the individuals that provide a public comment are in tune with the work of the boards, and so they will see everything that's published. And we will publish this chart, and all these comments will be published on the State Board of Education website when we go in October, because we're going to do the same thing to the board in October. All of it will be made accessible and put on our website. So there's that. However, I did hear the superintendent say yesterday that we would reach out.
So the inside joke is yesterday when we met and we went over this and kind of had some conversations. And so know that whenever I'm meeting on behalf of the board and as your chair, I think about, so if you change your seats, it throws me off. But I think about where people are sitting and like what their voice would say, what their constituent group would say. And I said that to Kelly and I'm like, so how is this being communicated? How are they going to know? Is it going to be a form? And so that's why I said, someone's going to ask that question tomorrow. So.
And I'm yeah, and it's good that you did ask that yesterday, Melita, because that is not traditionally what happens. It really is assumed that an individual that gives public comment will follow the information and read the stuff online. But apparently we're reaching out, so that's good. That's good. Alrighty, let's turn to the second page. And if you are following along in your packet, you're gonna skip to 6, the one that says 6 at the top. All right, so there are several comments that were submitted from the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition. And this is actually a group that has not provided public comment in the past. This is the first time we've heard from them. So I'm just going to go one at a time. The first comment in row 6, or number 6, has to do with pathways to licensure. And there's a specific concern about using what is called an attestation of proficiency, specifically in demonstrating effectiveness in reading instruction. So without going too far into the entire pathway, because I'll have an opportunity to do that here in a little bit. There is a path. There's a pathway, and then there are renewal requirements that we will see today. Both of them have the option of using an attestation of proficiency in lieu of a paper pencil assessment, a praxis assessment that measures your competency with reading instruction. So for those of you who are new to the board, one of the things that we've really strived to do with these regulations is open up multiple avenues to be able to demonstrate proficiency, and reading instruction is one of those things that we really looked at. So what this coalition has stated is we have some concerns about using an attestation of proficiency in lieu of an assessment. However, if you're going to do it, we think that you should study it, research it, and then, make updates as, what the data shows. You make data-driven decisions. We actually absolutely concur with this recommendation. It has always been our plan to study this particular option, but we're going to go further. We need to study all of the pathways to licensure, not just the ones established in these regulations. We need to really start looking at, different pieces of traditional, alternative approved, whether it's this new in-district pathway, whether it's the new way that we can get experienced non-public school teachers from Maryland. We need to study all of it, and we need to start making the connections. Is it improving retention? Is it improving the diversity of our teacher workforce? Is it improving student outcomes, which is what we want at the end of the day? So we're going to go farther than the coalition has recommended, and we're going to study it all. And we, of course, will make updates to the regulation based on that data. Any questions about that particular comment?
Yes, you just made me think of one. With the recent Supreme Court decision getting rid of affirmative action, are you concerned, this may be for Sean, but are you concerned about how that might impact our ability to hire a diverse workforce?
I'm not in a position to be able to answer you, Karen. I apologize, but I do not know.
I mean, certainly we're going to be looking at that issue as far as whether or not that. But I don't get the sense just from. I mean, we've had a couple already brief trainings on that new Supreme Court case, and as far as how if at all it's going to impact what we do. But my initial impression, and subject to change, I don't think it's going to really affect this regulation at this time. But certainly we'll be aware moving forward, and if we see anything, we'll alert the board.
let's move to number 7. Still the same coalition comment. Given the way that, and this is how, so you're going to see several comments having to do with professional development points. So again, let me just back up for each of these and give a little bit of history. So the professional development points are in the new regs, the way that an educator will renew their license. So in the current regulations, the only options to renew a certificate are through college credits, semester hours of credits from an accredited college or university, or through taking Maryland-approved continuing professional development credits, which are approved by the MSDE. Our specialists, some of our specialists have another option of using CEUs. If they have another license, like let's say a social worker has a license with the Department of Health, they can use those CEUs that they use to renew that license toward their educator certificate. But it's pretty narrowly defined as far as renewal requirements. These regulations change that to what's called professional development points. 1 point is equivalent to 1 clock hour. And all those ways that you can currently renew your certificate are available, but then there are about 8 or 9 more. And so this is going to be a recurring theme, these PDPs, professional development points. You're going to see several comments about these. So for this particular comment, what they are referring to is language that says when you renew your license, you have to have 90 clock hours, so 90 PDPs, which is equivalent, if you're doing the semester hours of credit, it's 6 credits, which is the current requirement. What it says is that you have to, in those 90 PDPs, in some way, shape, or form, it's not quantified, but you do have to have some type of professional development in content or pedagogy related to an area on your license. So that's 1. 2, English as a second language, sheltered English, or bilingual education. 3, strategies for teaching students with disabilities or differentiated instruction for students with diverse learning needs. And there's a 4th one that's cut off, culturally responsive teaching or something to that effect. I apologize, I don't know the language by heart. The comment is with regard to 3, and the fact that the educator has the option of choosing professional development with regard to differentiated instruction and not solely working with students with disabilities. So their recommendation is it should just be students with disabilities. A little bit of history. It was just students with disabilities several iterations ago. And this board, in fact, expanded that language to give some more flexibility for number 3. So because this board felt that, we should expand the flexibility and allow the educator to choose between those two, MSD is not recommending that we make any changes at this time. All right, number 8. So this comment is in reference to the administrator license, which we find in the administrator supervisor chapter of the regulations. And what they say is, the leadership, knowledge, and attitudes of principals and supervisors regarding the provision of special education services and students with disabilities are critical for successfully meeting the needs of these students. 1 3-semester hour course is simply insufficient. We urge a reconsideration of these provisions to ensure our schools and school systems have leadership that is prepared to lead school teams. And this is interesting because later we're going to see more comments that say the opposite. So again, a little bit of history. So in the administrator and specialist chapters, every single administrator area and every single specialist area is required to have this 3-semester hour minimum of special education coursework, and that's what this is in reference to. And the coalition is saying that's not enough. Now, mind you, that's to enter the classroom. That is to get that license in your hand and start your career. The renewal, those PDPs, which we were just talking about, also again require every 5 years for educators to have professional development in all 4 of those topic areas, including working with students with disabilities or differentiated instruction, which is their other concern. So because we are also hitting it at renewal, and this is a carryover from what's currently required, we are not recommending changing it at this time because, as I stated before, these are the regulations that we're going to tackle in phase 2 of the promulgation process. So we will look at all administrator and specialist areas, and if we find, yes, for a principal or vice principal, they do need more special education coursework, that is the time to make that recommendation when we completely revamp those requirements. All right. Now we are to Washington County Public Schools, which starts on row 9, and it's going to run for the next 10, next 10 rows. So the first comment from Washington County is that the renewal requirements that we have in each of the chapters, so what we've done is, again, part of the charge was to make a more user-friendly set of regulations so that individuals didn't have to keep flipping around and all of this, regulatory language that's hard to read anyway. So what we did, what you'll see in here, is that for each chapter of Educator, you're going to see the same regulation of renewal requirements. It's just repeated so that you don't have to bop around. So if you're a teacher, you can see what you need, but if you also have a specialist endorsement, it's all there in that chapter for you. Their first recommendation is that it would be easier to separate out those renewal requirements and put them in the general provisions chapter 1. And we are not recommending that that change is made. Part of the purpose of, restructuring these regulations was to kind of keep everything in its own chapter. So that is not something that we're recommending. And I believe one other entity made the same recommendation that we'll get to.
Everyone okay? Okay.
Next, we have the same concern that we started with about that conditional license for special educators. So I'm not going to go through that again. We'll see that over and over again. Next, they have recommended a change that we are in agreement with, partially. So they recognize that there's a typo. In the draft regulations, we have written the word "and" instead of "or." It's a non-substantive change. It's clearly a mistake because what it does is it points back to what it says is, you can reinstate a license if you do A and B, but B is an exemption. So you can't have A and B. It's A or B. And that is found in Chapter 1 in General Provision. So we did make that change, and I should tell you that the packets of regulations that you have today, they do include the changes, and they're redlined, so you can see them. There aren't that many. They're all non-substantive. So if you want to look later, you go to Chapter 1, it's regulation. You go to the column that says Regulation 13A 120105C, and I can teach people how to do that on the side, and then you're going to see that I made the change from "and" to "or." And Sean has assured me that all of the changes that we're going to talk about today are non-substantive. Right, Sean?
Yes. Yes. And would it be helpful to talk about, just briefly summarize it?
Sure, absolutely.
So when we talk about, I think it'd be helpful for the board to just know from a legal analysis the difference between a substantive and a non-substantive change. So the state government article, this is 10101I, I believe it was, says, let me actually tell you what, give me 30 seconds, I'm going to pull it up so I don't misquote the law. But the reason this is important, while I stall and look up the specific statutory provision, is obvious, as I think we all maybe already know by now. As Kelly said at the outset, the paths open to this board are to essentially go back to square one in terms of the promulgation process if any substantive changes are made, or to make any non-substantive changes and adopt for final approval. But if any substantive changes are made at this point in the process, we go back to the beginning of the promulgation stage and have to once again publish for public comment, wait a 30-day period, then come back and vote for final approval. So with all that said, it is State Government Article 10-101 I that lays out the definition in the Administrative Procedure Act for what is a substantive change. And the way the statute defines that term is in a manner substantially affecting the rights, duties, or obligations of a member of a regulated group or profession or a member of the public. So what this essentially boils down to, and the way we kind of summarize what a substantive change is or not is, the way the lens to view this in is the public getting what they were told? Is the public getting what they signed up for, essentially? And so the elements that I'm looking at when I look at whether or not a change is substantive or not, is this, it's kind of there are two elements that I view. One, is this something that could reasonably have been anticipated by the public, by the participants in this rulemaking? So is it a reasonably foreseeable change? Is it something that we could have seen coming? The other piece of it, which is the more important piece, is does it decrease the benefits that would be offered by the regulation to some person, to some interested party, or does it increase the burdens to some interested party in some way? Does it substantially affect someone else's rights? And if the answer is yes, it is a substantive change. So that's kind of the lens through which to view what is substantive, what is not. I will be reviewing but I've reviewed all the changes that MSDE has proposed already. I have determined that those are not substantive in nature. If the board intends to make more changes as a result of this meeting, I'll certainly review any and all of those, and I can give you my insight on whether or not I believe they're substantive or not. But at the end of the day, I'll have to sign off on, if the board elects to go down the final adoption road, I will have to sign off on any and all changes to make sure they're non-substantive. So, any questions about that? Sorry, just thought it'd be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a quick question about the and the or. C1 still says A and B, where 2 and 3 were changed to or. Should 1 also have been changed?
I'm sorry, where are you?
Sorry, 13A, 12, 1, 5C. I think I'm in the right spot.
Let's see, did I forget a place?
They got changed for 2 and 3 under C, but not under 1.
I think it's page 4.
Gotcha.
Right.
5.
She's on page 5.
Oh, page 5. Sorry.
Sorry,
Page 5.
that would have been helpful. I apologize.
Yep. Thank you. Alrighty. Any other questions about that one? Okay. We are on row 12. How will the requirements for the professional development and supervision of the conditional special education license be monitored? What are the minimum requirements for the sustained, intensive, classroom-focused professional development and intensive supervision? So this is, again, going back to the IDEA federal requirements. And again, just to remind you, what they say is that the individual has to receive high-quality professional development that is sustained, intensive, and classroom-focused in order to have a positive and lasting impact on classroom instruction. So basically, Washington County is saying, well, what does that mean? What does that look like? So the way that we have interpreted this law and can justify that any of our initial pathways to teacher licensure meet this is because we know that those pathways are rigorous, you are receiving high quality professional development, whether you're enrolled in a traditional Maryland approved educator preparation program, an alternative approved educator preparation program, if you're going through the in-district pathway, those are the ways that you can earn your license in these regulations if you are assigned that conditional license. So it is embedded into those initial pathways. The LEA, or the non-public school, as the employer, is responsible for providing you with a mentor as part of induction, which lives in another set of regulations, and providing you with that consistent professional development, which also, that professional development piece and mentoring piece is defined in the induction regulations. So that is how we make that connection, and we can say that legally we are meeting the requirements of the federal law if we issue that conditional license and they enroll either in traditional approved, alternative approved, or that in-district pathway. So we're not going to define what those terms mean in these regulations. We don't want to codify that. We want to point to those programs that we are approving under the other set of regs in some instances. The in-district pathway does actually get into the nitty-gritty of what has to be provided in these particular regulations, but we are not recommending that we codify any type of description of what that means. And that's going to come up again too. That's one of two of the same comments. All right. Let's move to 13. We're still with Washington County. This is our first comment regarding the in-district pathway to licensure. So I want to take a moment to actually look at that regulation because a lot of comments in both this set and the program approval regulations reference this particular regulation. So I want to make sure all the new board members understand what we're talking about here. So if you turn to your regulation packet that says Title 13A, State Board of Education on the top, and then about 3/4 of the way down it says Subtitle 12, Educator Licensure. For those of you at home, that's going to be one of your PDFs that I sent you separately. Let's turn to page 7. And let's take a look at A2. So under Pathways to Teacher Licensure, which is near the top, come down to the capital A, in-state pathways to initial teacher licensure, and then down to 2, where it says in-district training program. This is the regulation that is being referenced. Now, before I read you the regulation, I need to back up and let you know that as part of this repeal and replacement, both the Professional Standards Board and the State Board agreed early on, probably in year 1 of 5, that one of the things we were going to do is we were going to remove the option of transcript analysis for teachers, which is credit count. So currently in regulations, for every teaching area, there is a page in the regulations that says, okay, if you want to be an elementary education teacher, you have to take this course, this course, this course, this course. And so it literally scripts out every single course by like, okay, this 3 credits, this 3 credits, 30 content credits. It's very, very prescriptive. The regulations, the current transcript analysis regulations don't require that the individual take that all in a cohesive program in the same university. You know, one course could be 20 years ago, one course could be yesterday. It's just, this is what you need to do. And so one of the things early on that both boards decided was, like most states, we're not going to allow that. We need something that's more rigorous, and we rather have something that's aligned to standards, national standards, rather than piecemeal courses. So in response, because we recognize the importance of giving a pathway to career changers in this profession, we have developed what this is, which is the in-district training program. And I am going to go through it because this is important. Everybody should understand this particular regulation. So for the in-district training program, and this is for teachers, not specialists and administrators, this is only for teachers, and only for academic teachers. It does not apply to our professional technical education teachers. So for all the other teachers, what they need to do in order to come in under this pathway is first, they need to be hired. So employment is step one. You cannot do this without becoming employed with either a Maryland district, a non-public school, or a state-operated program. So you get that employment, you're issued a conditional license because you're not prepared to be a teacher, and your employer thinks you're a good fit for this pathway because you could enroll in a traditional program. You could go get your master's degree, you could do a post-baccalaureate certificate, you could maybe enroll in an alternative approved program if you're in one of our LEAs that currently has those. Those are all options. But let's say that for this particular profile, this person, your employer thinks you're a good match for this program, and they have this program in their LEA, which is a big key here. So next, you need to demonstrate your content knowledge, and this regulation allows you to do that in one of three ways, and it can be a combination. One, you have a bachelor's degree related to that area, and so let's take the area of math. So we've got someone that has a conditional license in math, 7 through 12, secondary math, and they are going to enroll in this district training program that is given by, let's say, Montgomery County Public Schools. It's their program. It's approved by the MSDE. So they are going to demonstrate that they have the math content knowledge either by they have a degree in math or a related field, or maybe they have 24 semester hour credits sprinkled into their degree related to math, but they don't have a math degree. That's an option. Or they pass the math content assessment that is approved by the State Board of Education. So one of those three things has to happen for them to successfully complete this program. Second, they have to immediately be enrolled in a comprehensive induction program. And again, there are separate regulations that outline what needs to happen in induction. What these regulations specifically say is that regardless of what those induction regulations require, for this, you've got to have on-site supervision and coaching. You have to have ongoing instructional mentoring during the induction, the entire induction period, and an effective or comparable rating on your summative evaluation at the end of that induction period. So if you have a 3-year induction period and you're not really cutting it by the end of that 3 years and you can't get that effective rating, that you're not going to meet this. Now, an LEA has the option of extending your induction period. The conditional license is up to 5 years for everybody but special ed. So they could say, you know what, we're going to continue working with this person. We have invested in them. We're going to give them more support, and they're going to try to get them to where they need to be to finish that induction period. But they do have to come out of induction as effective. And then they have to complete a department-approved sequence of pedagogical coursework. Bless you.
Bless you.
And this can be an LEA doing it all in-house. This can be an LEA partnering with an educator preparation program, with a vendor like, Teach for America or Urban Teachers. There's nothing limiting what this partnership can look like, which is exciting. We're really hoping that what we do here in this state will set a national precedent for what quality can be for this type of in-district training program. So that has to happen, and in that sequence of coursework, it doesn't say, okay, you have to have so many semester hours of coursework like the transcript analysis regs. What it says is you can do the coursework any way you see fit, but you have to be aligned to the NTASC standards, all of them. And the candidate, you have to demonstrate how you are teaching and aligning all of those standards in your coursework. And then when the individual is finished, all of that coursework, and finished their induction period, there has to be an attestation from the LEA, the principal, the ed prep program if they're involved in that coursework. All three have to attest that the individual is ready for licensure. So that is, in a nutshell, what that training program would look like. It needs to be approved by the Maryland State Department of Education before it can be implemented. And I can tell you right now, it's going to be a very rigorous review process.
Is there some place that has that language of what the regulations will be for that approval process?
You mean like the process?
Yes.
The process will be fleshed out in policy.
Okay.
Yeah, we won't codify it.
Okay.
Okay, so now that you've got a little background for that particular regulation, we turn to the comment. So for this particular comment, it's more of a question from Washington County, and from reading their comment, it's clear to me that there's some confusion, which there's probably confusion everywhere, about, well, what's the difference between this and transcript analysis? You know, how are we going to track this? And specifically, what their worry is are we going to have a memorandum of understanding with every single university and college that we have employees that are attending? And so a little bit of, I think, you know, education is going to be the key here. So for this particular comment, the key is that this cohesive pathway is not transcript analysis. The only MOU you would need to have is if the LEA has an approved program with, and in that program they have collaborated or partnered with an educator preparation program, some type of university or college. Yes, they would have to have an MOU. They would work that out amongst themselves. But otherwise, just because, let's say, that the same LEA also has people enrolling in Frostburg in their master's program, it's not like they have to have a separate MOU with Frostburg for that. They might, that's up to them, but for this particular pathway, it's just the partner or partners that the LEA is doing the work with for the program. So I think that their worry is unfounded. And hopefully education handles that.
Sorry. And if this is elsewhere, feel free to just point me somewhere else. But is there any language particular with the question about the MOU that a district could charge teachers for participating in their in-district program if they aren't then paying for per credit participation at a university?
These regulations do not get into the fiscal anything. So they don't prohibit it and they don't encourage it. So that would be a decision that the LEA would make.
I think that's a good thing to note, that when we, sometimes with the regulations as we go through them, there are things that are not in our purview because of the autonomy that is given to the LEAs. So just keep in mind, and Kelly will always keep us on track with that in terms of what's in our purview and what's in our not. But sometimes there are things that the way that they are written, it gives the locals the autonomy, which sometimes it's needed, and then sometimes it's so that Big Brother is not overstepping.
Let's move to 14. And this is a comment that you will see repeated from a few different LEAs. We've talked about this at length in previous meetings. It is in reference to the requirement that our out-of-state applicants, and just so everyone knows, we are an import state. We historically, approximately 50% of our teacher workforce comes from another state. I ran the numbers recently. It's up 60-something. And we're a year, so that's Title II. So we're whatever this reporting period is. So we're at 21-22 school year maybe. It's the highest I've seen it in my tenure. So of course we have out-of-state pathways to licensure as well. And what this comment gets to is, we're requiring this passing score on a portfolio-based performance assessment for our out-of-state pathway completers. And, why is that? And it's a great question. So as many of you on this board know, this is a statutory requirement. And the Blueprint for Maryland's Future in Education Article 6-126 states that, 1, anyone who graduates from a Maryland-approved educator preparation program, whether it's alternative or traditional, has to take a nationally recognized portfolio assessment. That's important. Nationally recognized portfolio assessment. And the State Board of Education has adopted 2 nationally recognized assessments for that purpose: the Pearson EdTPI and the ETS PPAT. They're both portfolio-based assessments, and they will replace the paper pencil pedagogy test that we have historically required. That goes into effect July 1, 2025, and that's in the law. The second part of the law says, at the same time, out-of-state applicants have to pass a test of teaching ability. Not exactly the same words. So for our regulations, we've opened that up and we're allowing out-of-state applicants to take the ADTPA or the PPAT. That's one way to show us their teaching ability. But we're also saying it's in the pathways regulation, and it's at the bottom, special provisions, which a lot of people miss. What it says is if you are employed with an LEA or a non-public school or state-operated school, and you can get an effective or comparable rating or higher on your end-of-year evaluation, we will recognize that as an observation of teaching ability. So it's not available to our out-of-state applicants who are not employed because we are limited by the law. But for our individuals that are employed, they do have that provision. So the response to this concern is we've opened it up so that they don't necessarily have to take that $300 portfolio assessment because the law allows us a little bit more flexibility with our out-of-state folks. It's very clear with our Maryland approved program candidates that it has to be nationally recognized. So MSD would love nothing more for us to be able to be equitable across the board there, but that's just simply not the way the law is written right now. So that is the response to this comment, and you're gonna see this response repeated a few times.
And I just want to jump in that, and I don't want to speak prematurely, but there was some conversation about this at length, and so I would just say stay tuned, and as things kind of unfold behind the scenes, we'll definitely come back with more information. I know we talked at length about TPA and PPAT testing here, and just how we feel about it. So there's some conversations, some great conversations kind of happening, and so as they kind of unfold, I'll be able to share more about it.
Do you mind if we take a 5-minute break?
I was just going to say that, and I was just like, yes. Let's take a 5-minute break, stretch your legs, water, and all that good stuff.
So I think we're ready.
All right. We are on row 15,
15.
still with Washington County.
Mm-hmm.
So we are now going to turn to the individual professional development plans regulation. It is 13A 120205. You're going to see this regulation throughout each of the chapters for teachers, specialists, and administrator supervisors. And this particular comment states that school principals, it will be unreasonable to believe that school principals will be able to track and verify certification activities. That's the concern. So the way the regulation reads is that, so an individual professional development plan is a plan that needs to be issued to an educator at the time of licensure renewal. And that's actually currently a requirement. But we've definitely fleshed this out, and it looks different in this set of regulations. So part of that process, which is new, is that it does require that the supervisor sign off on the plan. So it should be a joint decision, regarding what that particular educator needs to do based on their assignment, their strengths, what they're struggling with, who they have in their classroom. So that is written into the regulation, is that it is a joint process. Now, the regulation does allow the supervisor to assign a designee. So it doesn't have to be the school principal. It doesn't have to be the assistant principal. It can be. It can be the direct supervisor of the teacher, or it can be a designee. And I know that there has been talk, and at least some LEAs have talked about, designating someone in the central office that's more certification based. So this particular comment is, the concern is a supervisor isn't going to understand the licensure requirements and really shouldn't be doing this. So this particular plan, just so everybody understands, the supervisor does not have to track the certificate or the licensure requirements. That is the responsibility of the educator. There is a plan. It will be a templated form that is issued by the Maryland State Department of Education for this purpose. And in theory, when the supervisor or supervisor's designee and the educator sit down and decide, okay, for the next 5 years, this is what my focus needs to be, then that plan, once finalized, will be approved by the supervisor or the designee. So just to be clear, it is not the intent of this regulation to hold supervisors accountable to track licensure requirements. That plan is signed off on, the educator goes off, they participate in whatever professional development is best for them, and as long as it meets one of those 10 or 11 ways that one can earn PDPs, they log that on their plan, and then at the end they're submitting it to licensure. They're submitting it to the Office of Licensure, Certification Licensure, and then that office will look at that plan, and as long as it was initially signed off on by the supervisor or designee and they have their 90 PDPs, they should be good to go. So that is what this comment is in reference to, and then the response is just to try to summarize the fact that the supervisor is not responsible for tracking licensure requirements, and the Office of Licensure is not going to look behind those plans. If the plan's approved and the professional development is eligible because it is PDPs that are outlined in the regulation, then the assumption is that plan will be accepted. So that is the response for that particular concern. All right, next. Row 16, the recommendation is that we amend the National Board Certificate option for renewal to explicitly state that it has to be a valid National Board Certificate. Currently, it reads, an educator who earns a National Board Certificate from the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards may present that certificate when subsequently renewing a Maryland educator license as a substitute for, and it points to the PDPs, the renewal requirements. My response is that we can assume from the proposed language that it has to be active, and we can certainly issue guidance on that aspect. If we want to hit this one in round 2, just to throw in the word active or valid, I think that's fine. But We can't do it now. That would absolutely be a substantive change, and I don't think it's worth stopping these regulations to make that change. I think that it can be interpreted as being active. Next, we have a question, and there are several questions that came in public comment, less comment, more question. This one is wondering why we have made the decision to separate the professional technical education and specialized fine arts teachers into their own chapter. And for those of you who are new to the board, the reason that we made that decision is because there are different pathways to initial licensure for those teachers. We have expanded the pathways specifically to include an occupational experience pathway for those particular teachers, as well as their renewal requirements allow them, if they're still employed part-time or in some capacity in that occupation, that's a way that they can partially renew their license. So that is the reason that we split those individuals out. The other big reason is, and I'm not going to go too far into the history because it's years and years, but there was a lot of comments in the community, specifically for professional technical education, for years about the assessment requirements and the feeling that those particular teachers should not be held to take praxis content assessments, praxis basic skills assessment, the portfolio-based assessment, which they are not included in the law for that particular requirement. So we acknowledge that. We stripped those assessments out in a previous version of the regulations. So that is one more reason why we wanted to just separate them into their own chapter so it's crystal clear. Next page, comment on line 13. We are back to, wait a minute, no, I'm sorry. No, we're still on this page, aren't we? Mm-hmm. Next one, 18, thank you. Okay, so I said this is going to pop up again. So like I said before, every specialist area, every administrator supervisor area is required to demonstrate a minimum of 3 semester hours of special education to get that initial license. It's actually in our current regulations now. Washington, and you're going to see it later with Montgomery, and I believe as Anne Arundel as well, have all come out to say this is going to increase the difficulty of us being able to hire these individuals with this particular 3 semester hours being required up front. And my comment is that this board felt very strongly that this requirement needed to be there, and in fact, we didn't have this requirement in the specialist and administrator chapters, and we added it in our last iteration of the draft. We went and we put all of them back in for every administrator and specialist area. And the board had a lot of discussion about the importance of at least having one course regarding students with disabilities before stepping into an administrator or specialist position. So that is my comment here, and you're going to see it repeated. Now, one of the things that I think that we should talk about, and we have our ed prep partners here at the table, is this particular regulation is going to we're going to have to address it. So if we are requiring that all of our administrators and supervisors and specialists have at least 3 semester hours, then how are we going to ensure that it's available for them to take if they're coming in from another state? Because again, we do import a lot of our educators. What are we going to make available to them? So we know it's embedded in our Maryland programs because we require it. But for our out-of-state, some states are absolutely going to require a class in special education, some aren't, especially for our specialists. So what can we provide? Is there an opportunity here for our ed prep programs, our community colleges, to design a flexible format of type of course that's 3 semester hours and an intro to special ed type of course that can be readily accessible to anyone that wants to apply in Maryland? So it's something to think about, because I do understand the concern here. It is valid. it's also critical that our specialists and administrators understand working with children with disabilities. So let's try to meet the need by providing some type of flexible course for those individuals. So this is an opportunity, I think. You know what, I skipped one. I did them opposite. That was actually line 19. Line 18, back to line 18. I think this one mentions the temporary professional. Okay, so they wanted to know if it was the intent that the temporary professional license is not available to specialists unless they fail to meet their renewal requirements. And that was the intent. And it was this board that decided we will give them an opportunity to have that certificate should they not meet the renewal requirements, specialists specifically. But we will not be bringing someone in for initial licensure and offering the certificate as a specialist. They have to be fully prepared. Same with administrators, and you're going to see that comment later from another district. So my response here is it is intentional. It was not an omission. It's intentional that the temporary professional license is not available as an initial license for specialists or administrators. All right, row 20 is basically, can a clinical internship, which is defined, be interpreted as the same as student teaching or practicum? And the answer is yes. Student teaching was the term that we used many years ago that kind of morphed into internship, clinical internship, and then now we've got this terminology practicum, which came from the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. So we do think of them kind of all as the same. We had drafted these regulations prior to the adoption of the blueprint, so we went with the term clinical internship, but it absolutely can be thought of as student teaching practicum. And I apologize, I should have told you that this starts the next round of comments from a non-public school. So if you're following me in your packet, we've got to turn to the one that has 33 at the top. No, why does it say 33? That's not right. I skipped it. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's from Shepherd Pratt. Oh no. It must be out of order. My apologies. All right. Well, the good news is Shepherd Pratt's questions are brief, so the entire comment is on the chart. I don't think we have to look at these. I'll have to fix these packets. Okay, so that was their first, the question about the clinical internship. Second is what thought has been given to rolling validity dates for licenses based on teachers' date of hire? For those of you who are new to the board, we've had a lot of discussion about this, and I honestly think we should continue having discussions about this. The regulations, the drafted regulations for many iterations had rolling dates for the validity dates. And we weighed the pros and cons of the rolling date versus the static January and July dates. And, we went back to our constituencies to really talk about like which one is the better one, and we did decide to change it back to the static validity dates. With that said, I absolutely think that's something we should continue to explore, and if we can find a way to do it and limit the cons with the rolling validity date, then maybe in the next iteration of the regulations, in the next phase of promulgation, we tackle that. But for now, the answer is yes. We gave it a lot of thought, but at this moment, we're going to stick with the static dates. And so a lot of these are questions, and I certainly don't mind just going through them, Melita, and answering them because it may be good for the members to hear. But just to be clear, these are not suggestions for change. Is that
Yeah. So what is the pleasure of the board? So do you want to go through and have Kelly answer the question? So again, these are not necessarily suggestions for changes, but they were submitted more of a question about the regulation. So is it the pleasure of the board to hear the answers or? Right. Don't be bashful. It's okay if you want to hear the answers. So, all right.
No, I think it is helpful.
Yep.
It's helpful.
All right, Kelly,
and
let's
if
go.
Pat has
I'd
these
like to hear the
questions, then
answers.
other people will have these questions. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so next question is, what does it mean that teachers can hold multiple license? And actually all educators can hold multiple license in these regulations. How is this different from adding endorsements? Great question. So a license, and they're both defined in the definitions, a license is an educator credential issued by MSDE, issued by the state, which allows the holder to practice the areas of licensure noted. So for example, you have an initial professional certificate, that is the license. The endorsement is the area of licensure that is on that license. So elementary education, 1 through 6, is an example of an endorsement. The reason why this is an important regulation and is a departure from our current regulations, which does not allow this, is there have been many times when an educator has had to make the decision to give up their either teaching or specialist certificate because they want to pursue the opposite. So for example, let's say you've got a school counselor working at Pathways, and that school counselor wants to be a special educator. They want to change. They want to get into the classroom. They like that. They would, under our current regulations, have to give up their advanced professional certificate. Let's say they had an advanced professional certificate and start over and get a conditional in the teaching area because our current regulations don't allow the issuance of multiple licenses. This will open that up. So that same person can keep, let's say they have an advanced license in school counseling, keep it over here, but then Pathways can also issue them a conditional teaching license in the area of special education. And so they can have those separately. And either they meet this or they don't, but they never have to lose this over here. So that is why we've introduced this concept of multiple licenses. And we built our application system to support this. So we have the functionality now. Next question. Is the conditional license valid for 5 years for special area teachers like art, PE, music, and health? The answer is yes. The only conditional license area that is limited to 3 years is generic special, anything special education. So generic special education, there are 3 grade bands. Severely and profoundly disabled would be another one. Will these terms be further defined? Sustained, intensive, classroom focus. This is the same question that was asked by Washington County and goes back to that federal law. So we've talked about this. We are not going to define those in these regulations. Nor do you want us to. Next, for the adjunct teacher, can a professionally working artist or musician who does not need an industry license be given an adjunct license? So the adjunct license is something that we've had on the books for, I feel like since 2018, 2019. Wasn't that long ago. There was a cry from the community that we needed this credential that is temporary, it's employment-based, and it's for that individual who has no interest in changing their career to become a full-time educator, but they maybe want to give back, they maybe want to teach a class. I remember at the time, the example that constantly was being used is, Anne Arundel County may partner with, this specific question is, do they need an industry license to do this? And the answer is no. The regulation does state that if you have an industry license, or if you are employed in an area, let's say electrician, you need a license in Maryland. So one of the requirements for the adjunct is that you have to have that license. But if you're a chef, you don't have to have a license, so you wouldn't, or a musician, you wouldn't need to present that. So the answer to that question is no. What does department-approved in-district training program need to include? So I went through that entire regulation, so I'm not going to go through it again. It's pretty prescriptive what it needs to include. So that's where I would refer anyone with that question. As far as, and I think somebody asked it over here, as far as the process by which they are approved, that's not found in this regulation. That will live in policy. So I can't point to that right now. Next question. Can an effective rating on a year-end evaluation be submitted for the performance-based assessment, which is the EdTPA or PPAT, if the educator meets the criteria for the initial professional license and is currently teaching? The answer is it depends. So an individual who is coming in through an out-of-state pathway does have the option to use that evaluation as their test of teaching ability. However, if they're enrolled in a Maryland approved program, they don't have that ability. So the answer is it depends on the candidate. And again, that is because of the way that the law is written. All right, I think those were all her questions. So now we're turning to Goucher. Hopefully I have this one in here. Thank you.
All right, so looking at the time, do we want to kind of finish up the Goucher comment, or so we have, I'm looking here. Yeah.
Goucher's just one.
So do we want to? Yeah. No, I was going to say something else. So do we finish the Goucher comment and then take break for lunch, and then we can come back and do the others, like pick up from there?
Fine with me.
Okay.
All right. So Goucher just has the one comment for the licensure regulations. This goes again to the in-district training program. And the comment is, Maryland approved programs and Maryland alternative preparation programs alike have always observed the high standards set by the MSDE and the Maryland State Board of Education, including rigorous standards for classroom preparation and testing. This new pathway for certification will create a shorter route to certification at the expense of these higher standards and teaching excellence, impacting the ability to successfully achieve Blueprint Pillar 2 high quality and diverse teachers and leaders. So I'm actually going to read to you my recommendation instead of trying to summarize it, and you're going to see this throughout the chart. So again, for many years, Maryland has allowed individuals seeking to change careers the ability to earn a teaching certificate via credit count by completing specific courses outlined in the regulations. So that's what we just talked about a little while ago. Often referred to as the transcript analysis pathway, these courses are not required to be offered by the same program or in a certain sequence and are not approved by the MSDE. And what I didn't say here is nor are they necessarily aligned to national standards. They are standalone courses. The in-district training program offers a structured and cohesive pathway to licensure that is reviewed, approved, and monitored by the MSDE. It includes not only content and pedagogical coursework, but also an intensive induction program, demonstration of effective instructional practices, and an attestation from those involved that the individual is ready for licensure. The Professional Standards Board and its State Board of Education agreed with MSDE's recommendation to eliminate the transcript analysis pathway. In order to maintain a non-traditional route to licensure for career changers, we've developed a more rigorous pathway that allows districts the flexibility to develop in-district training that is aligned with the rigor of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Over the course of multiple meetings, members of this board shared their agreement that an in-district training program would bring more rigor and accountability to the transcript analysis pathway and voiced support for this route to licensure. And as I had mentioned before, MSDE is really hopeful that this board and the State Board of Education really use this opportunity to see collaboration between our LEAs and our EPPs in a way that we maybe not have seen in every LEA and EPP before, and set the national precedent for an in-training district program. So that is my response to this particular comment.
Questions, Darren?
I think one of the things we see in the feedback, especially that comes from higher ed to the in-district pathway, is this concern that it is going to be an alternative route that's going to have lower standards. And I can certainly understand where that concern would come from, especially when you look at how so many other places other than Maryland have unfortunately gone that route. And that's the opposite of what the intent was. When Melina and I were having some discussions with Superintendent Chaudhary yesterday, I suggested that maybe one of the ways to address this, and I'm just throwing it out for comment, all right? I certainly wasn't attempting to speak for the board because we've never talked about it. But it does have to be approved by the department. That's what it says. It doesn't suggest the process by which that approval will take place. So I wondered if maybe one of the ways to ensure that we're not creating some shortcut to certification is that a review panel be created that would have significant membership from higher ed, because they're the people who know standards the best, and that they would go through these applications, because as you said, there's going to be high levels of rigor. Certainly the department wants that, higher ed wants that. I think anybody who's already teaching wants teachers joining our staff that have been held to high standards. But if we had a review panel that was largely made up of higher ed and other stakeholder groups that would then give recommendation to the department, I think that would produce a much higher level of gatekeeper so that quality is there. And I think that also, like right now, I think we've got a climate in this state by which we want higher standards, but we certainly want to make it easier for people to get into the profession that are going to be good. But we all know that sometimes the political climate changes. Like we're at a point now where I think we're very trustworthy. If we somehow codify or that be the recommendation, that be part of the gatekeeping process for this, that could alleviate concerns of, well, it's going to work now, but what happens if? Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, when we floated that idea to the superintendent, he was very receptive to that. I believe I'm saying that correctly? Yes?
You are saying
would
that
agree?
correctly.
All right. So that's something that I think is worth thinking about, that if we do these regs, that be the recommendation for implementation. And one of the reasons I suggested that when we come back to the October meeting, we really do need to have some discussion about implementation, because that's where the details of how these things will work. And I agree, you don't want to necessarily put it in regs, because then you lock yourself in a little too much. But if it's the pleasure of the board, that's the direction I'm wondering we might want to go in. And I open that up for comment. Maybe that's right, maybe it's not, but what's the board's thought on that as a possible way of addressing these concerns?
And I want to give the opportunity to our higher ed board members first to speak on it before other board members. Doesn't mean that your comment isn't valued, but I actually want to hear from higher ed first.
Darren, I agree with you because, as you said, we really know what's going on in our universities and colleges. And we hear from our accrediting bodies, especially with education preparation. And they dictate to us what standards and what we have to do and what we have to teach. So I agree with you.
Deb?
I agree. Can I just add on that there are so many folks in higher ed too who also work in schools. So we're not all of us are ivory towered. I'm in my schools much more than I'm on campus. The dean's not listening, right? No, I'm doing my job by preparing the people to be able to. I always sign my emails to my mentors like, thanks for mentoring the next generation of your colleagues. So I think that would be perfect, and with the understanding that it would be advisory and suggestions to MSD. I think that's a great idea. And we do need, we need to generate some of these ideas for implementation soon. I think that will allay some of the anxiety that we might find amongst teachers when it's all hitting them. So yeah, great idea.
Ms. McGee?
Yeah, I want to agree with exactly everything that you're saying. And then I too, Deb, I'm in the schools, but I feel like a lot of times we have 4 partnering counties, and a lot of times it's this, I don't think they understand what we do. Mm-hmm. We understand what they're doing, and we're living and walking beside of them, but there's not that reciprocity back to the university. And I think if we had this advisory board and we did this shoulder to shoulder work, there would be opportunities, because then the brainstorming for like, how can we support your special education needs, or just, all of those things we're talking about, like how can we connect? If we had a pathway already designed where we are connected, I feel like other things will stem from that, where they can see us as, like, how can you use us in a positive way? How can we support?
Come from out the silo.
Yes. Yeah, and I think sometimes we're pushed because they feel like we are removed from the classroom and that we haven't been there, or they don't know that we are in classrooms working and collaborating, writing alongside. I mean, all the grant work that we do at Frostburg, dear Lord, is really in partnership and collaboration with whatever county. Like right now it's Garrett and Washington for us, that we are doing micro-credential work and continuing to support the induction phase that they're doing. So I feel like it's a brilliant idea. I love it. Just what do we need to do to make it happen?
And I guess I look to Sean or to Kelly. What if that is the feeling of the board? Then how do we make that happen? Because I realize we probably don't want to codify this necessarily in the COMAR, but is there a way to make sure it would happen?
I do have one other comment.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead.
I'm thinking in terms of, from an equity and inclusion perspective, there are over 20 plus universities in Maryland. And if we have a board of, let's say, 12, I'm just using that for an example, and every university is not included, there's going to be some inclusion equity issues from a perspective of that. Secondarily, including the community colleges. I didn't even include the community colleges in that. So if, I'm just saying for an example, that if Coppen's not included, or Frostburg's not included, or Taos, I'm just using an example because I see you guys in front of, and then Bowie's included, College Park, there's going to be some issue in the sandbox for that. Even from the perspective of, if we're looking at it from the workload perspective. And I know we can get people and it won't be an additional workload, but what type of systems, depending on how many applications come in, what is that going to look like? Is that going to be 4 hours a week? Is that going to be 10 hours a month? How is that going to look? What type of systems are we going to have to transpire to facilitate that work as the applications come in? Will there be emails out? And I know we have the public information thing that we can't email a lot of things, but will there be a secure system that we can look at those things? I think from a high level, it really makes sense, but I think there are some nuts and bolts that really need to be, because I think it could be more of a barrier, and then it could be more of a division point between trying to get the higher eds to play in the sandbox together.
And we know that they don't always play well.
We don't play well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We don't play well sometimes in the sandbox together, especially, and I'm sure that my colleagues from other institutions, I'm looking through these regs, I'm literally thinking, okay, what can I do to get a jump ahead start on this to make sure that Coppin we have what we need to get involved. And I'm sure that College Park, Taos, and Frostburg, you're thinking that same, Montgomery College, you're thinking that same thing as well. So, I think we have to look at it a little deeper to make sure that we're not creating more division and divisiveness in what we're doing. But overall, I think it makes sense. Just want to make sure we get the nuts and bolts right.
I think there's one more comment. Go ahead.
I also am wondering, in the line of equity, if there will be issues with access that districts will have to the I guess approved in district training programs, that some districts might have the resources to be able to have to create or to partner with whomever to have high quality programs, and then some districts might not be able to. So I'm also concerned about that.
Yeah. So I think that that's why I wanted higher ed to speak on it, because we don't have all that. Darren and I moonlight with higher ed as adjunct professors, and so just sometimes it's being able to have a voice in the room to start the process. And I think that was a part of our intent, to think of like, how do we bridge the gap? How do we come from out the silo? And so we know that there's a lot of work to be done, and there's a lot in the details. And higher ed does not. I'm sorry, you do not
all play in the sandbox nicely all the time. And so there are many logistics, but I think, and then with Darren's intent and hearing Mr. Chaudhry's openness to it, it's just starting the conversations and kind of getting there. It may be some time before we get there, but I think it was just being open to the conversation, and love the cross section that we have here and the representation from HBCUs to, you know, larger colleges, smaller colleges, community colleges. And so hearing your feedback on this was really good. It was really good.
You also have norm schools, because Towson, aren't you one or two of the Maryland norm schools? Oh, when you were doing the representation with all of those, we have two of the Maryland normal schools. So Towson was the first normal school in the state, and Frostburg was the second normal school. And to your comment about the sandbox, sometimes they don't invite us to come.
You know.
So it's hard to not play nice when you're not invited.
So we want and
just what I say.
Miss
for the
McGee, this is
record.
for you. It's making sure you come in from out the trailer.
So we are in the portable for sure in Frostburg.
So thank you for that. And so then I think the question from Darren was like, how do we start? And I know that we'll kind of come back to it. Like, I know Kelly will be working, and how do we start this and sharing that information with our state superintendent. I think this is a good stopping point. So can we stop? So we'll go ahead and take a break now for lunch, about 30 minutes, but I still think we can still come back. So 35 minutes. We'll come back at 12:30.
And we're going to go upstairs to the 8th floor.
Yep. Thank you.
She'll leave this stuff here.
Welcome back, welcome back. So I think we're ready to resume. And I think we stopped at 30, well, we're gonna start at 32? Yes. All right.
All right. Okay, so our next comment is we actually concur with. This individual pointed out that there is a definition included in these regulations that is not referenced at all in the regulations themselves. It was probably a holdover from another iteration. And in fact, any definition that is not found anywhere else in the regulations should be removed. So we will remove that. It's not a substantive change. All right, 33. This goes back again to the in-district pathway concern about, that this is a workaround, that it's not rigorous. So you'll see that my response is identical to the response that I read aloud to you. So I'm not going to reread them, but if you have any questions about specific commenters, please just let me know, and I'll stop. All right, next we have quite a few comments from Montgomery County Public Schools. The first one, once again, goes back to the conditional special education license. So same response there. Next, we have a request that we consider the ability to issue a conditional license to a specialist. And I've talked briefly about this with regard to the temporary professional license not being available to specialist administrators for initial licensure. It's the same response here. This board, after a lot of discussion, decided that for a specialist and an administrator or supervisor to begin their career, they need to meet all the requirements for that particular license. So that is, again, what I've noted here. They need to be fully licensed to enter the classroom. Next, we come to a comment about that out-of-state applicant who is required to take the test of teaching ability. Same response that I gave for Washington County. It is in the law, but we do carve out a way if they're employed to provide that evaluation as a test of teaching ability. Next, we have, similar to the conditional comment, why isn't that temporary professional license available for specialist administrators? Same response as previously, that, again, the board felt strongly that those individuals need to have been prepared to enter the workforce. So next page, we are on line 38. And this, again, goes to needing the 3 semester hours of special education for specialists and administrators. I think this one is just about specialists. They did give a little bit of data, which I think is worth noting.
I'm so sorry.
Montgomery County did note that 39% of the specialists they hired needed the special education course. I'm not sure how they pulled that data, but I trust that they did. So again, this is an opportunity for us to provide what is going to be needed by our applicants that are interested in being specialist administrators in Maryland. So we really do need to kind of take that charge and make sure that those courses are available.
Kelly, what number are you on? Because I feel like
Top of the next page, 38.
Okay.
The next row has to do with historic endorsement areas. This is found in Chapter 1 of the General Provisions. And the concern is that what the language said is that you cannot reinstate a historic endorsement, which is actually a carryover from current language. We've never allowed that. The concern is that it will have unintended consequences for those who are returning to teaching, allowing their certificate or license to lapse, who may hold an endorsement area now considered historic due to grade bans. So, to clarify, an area is considered historic when we change the requirements for that area. So for instance, many years ago, prior to my time, there were different licensure certificates for administrators. There was secondary principal, elementary principal, and then that morphed eventually into Administrator 1-2 with an entirely new set of criteria. And so if you had that old secondary or elementary principal certificate and you let it lapse and you came back to Maryland later and you wanted to be a principal, you had to qualify for the administrator too, because this board and the state board determined that the requirements for that position significantly changed. Changing a grade band is not the same thing. So for instance, years ago, we went from having world language areas be secondary to pre-K through 12. And when that happens, what we do is when an individual that, let's say, has world languages Spanish 7 through 12 on their certificate come to renew or reinstate, we simply give them the pre-K 12 grade band. It's just part of our process. So it's important to note the differences there. Really, the regulations are what note the differences in requirements. So I don't think there's a concern there. Again, I think it goes down to education and them understanding, and certainly we can deliver that information and technical assistance and guidance if needed. The next comment has to do with some areas that are noted in the regulation as endorsements only. These are carryovers from the current regulations. They are areas where you have to have some type of teaching license first in order to add them. STEM instructional leader, math instructional leader, and severely and profoundly disabled, which these next two lines are going to talk about all of those. So for the first one, specifically the STEM instructional leader and the math instructional leader, it notes that there's no Maryland approved program route for these endorsement areas. When we approve, those programs should, and we do have, I think, one STEM program that's approved as a program. We look at these regs. That's how we approve them. So they're naturally going to qualify, because that is what we make the programs do. So it's not an issue. We will absolutely take their Maryland approved STEM educational or instructional leader program in order to add that endorsement. It certainly was not our intention that they would not be able to take a Maryland approved program. The second part, which is in the next line, has to do with the severe and profound disabilities, and the concern there is that it's not a standalone area and that it is an endorsement only, meaning you need that special education license first. That's not new. We've always required that, and quite frankly, in this day and age when inclusion is so important, we can't assume that someone that just has that severe and profound disabilities license has what they need to be able to instruct a more diverse classroom. So I would not recommend making that a standalone area at this time. And then second to last, I'm sorry, last. Yeah, the last one on this page. This was unclear, and this surprises me because Marie is right on the money. I could not find this citation, so I do not know what she was going for here. I could not make sense of it. So I've just noted that it's unclear. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a certification specialist.
Kelly, are you referring to 42? Mm-hmm. Because that's not the bottom of our page, or not unless because the copy that I had from yesterday, that's what it is.
I bolded them for everybody else. I should have gotten another one.
Because I was like, this is not the bottom of the page. Like, what is going on? Okay.
Yours are harder to read.
That's okay. Wait, was like, Kelly, what
I know,
is
I kept looking at the bottom of the page going, "What's
You didn't see Darren and I looking back and forth like, wait, I think she's right here. Like, we don't know what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, we're on 43 now. All right, so in true Marie fashion, she found an error, and she's absolutely right. And we concur with her recommendation that there is a circular reference in the regulations. It points to itself, clearly a typo. It is a non-substantive change, and we did correct it. Next, 44. She notes that in the specialist chapter, specifically the reading specialist, which is the one specialist that we really did modify because we said we can't let this go. Like, we'll still do this one in phase 2, but there's language that's completely outdated. Like, we have to address it. So the one that we did, the way that we wrote it was that post-baccalaureate credits were required through one of the pathways to licensure. It does not say that they have to be at the graduate level. It just says post-baccalaureate. The other specialist areas that we didn't touch happen to say graduate. So, you know, the concern is, like, was that intentional? Like, why is this one area post-bac and everything else is specifically graduate post-baccalaureate credits? And I mean, she's right. It is an inconsistency. Do I think it's a reason to stop promulgation right now? Absolutely not. And this board and the state board will have to determine, like, moving forward, do we just want to say post-baccalaureate? Do we want to amend the reading specialist to make them all say graduate? That is the decision that we will have to make. But at this point in time, I suggest that we move forward. And then finally on this page 45, currently regulation enables educators completing requirements to add another endorsement area to satisfy the 6 semester hours or 90 points for PDPs, and the educator needs to renew. So the concern here is that if someone decides that they want to pursue an additional endorsement area, they may not hit all the buckets in those 4 topic areas that have to be included in their individualized professional development plan. I don't think it's going to be difficult to identify all 4 of those topic areas when you are obtaining an entire new program or new endorsement area. I think you'd be hard-pressed not to be able to identify. With that being said, someone in that position, again, we have not quantified what is required in those 4 areas. So even if they take an hour, a clock hour's worth of professional development in a missing area, they have satisfied the terms of their professional development plan. And I don't think it gets any more flexible than that. So I do not recommend that we make any type of changes to this at this point. Now, she also mentions in this line that we used the language to include in our PDP regulation instead of the traditional that shall include. So I changed them all because, okay, that's non-substantive, fair enough. Usually it says that shall, so now it will say that shall. All right, and now we turn to MSEA and their comments. And Cheryl did mention, I think, every single one of these, at least most of them, when she was giving public comment this morning. All right, so first, line 46. In the definitions, there is a definition for continuing education units, and it reads, continuing education units, CEUs, means credits issued from an accredited international association for continuing education and training provider or approved by another Maryland state agency for purposes of licensure. So the comment here is, one, what is the International Association of Continuing Education and Training? What is that? And then 2, what does it mean by Maryland State Agency? So I'm going to start with the latter first. So historically, we have allowed, and I think I talked a little bit about this earlier, we have allowed our specialists who hold licenses with other state agencies to do this, to use the CEUs. We have never in the past, before these regulations, extended CEU option to teachers, which these regulations do. For defining the Maryland State Agency, I don't recommend that, because the second we define it, if another state agency approves some type of CEU, it's not going to be accepted unless we amend the regulations. So I think Maryland State Agency is sufficient. There are a finite amount of Maryland State agencies at any given time. And basically what we're saying is we're going to trust our sister agencies to do their due diligence. And if they approve something for a CEU, we will accept that as well. And again, this is going to apply to those individuals naturally that hold other licenses issued by the state. As far as the International Association for Continuing Education and Training is concerned, although we were very interested in opening this CEU option up to teachers, we also didn't want it to be the wild, wild west, because anybody can call anything a CEU. So this is a nonprofit organization. It's internationally known, and what they do is they accredit providers of CEUs. So if you complete an experience and are issued CEUs by a provider that holds accreditation from this organization, then you know that there is a standard there. They have strict standards. I've listed them in my response. And so it is a measure of quality. Can we find other organizations that do this and add them into the regulations later? Absolutely. We're not trying to limit here, but at the same time, we don't want to open it up to everything at once. We need to have some type of standard. So that is my response to that one. Are there any questions about that one?
More a comment. I think you give the such as Department of Health. So I think that explains without limiting, you know, because you might wonder, it's like, oh, so I think that certainly did for me.
Yeah. And we certainly, in our guidance and on our website, can publish a list of state agencies so that everybody is very clear, and then we are able to update that list as appropriate rather than having to open up regulations, which, of course, is a process. All right. Yeah, that's my fault. That's my fault. Basically, what it says is, given that CEU is in the public domain, anybody can use it. And again, there's no standard of quality. You just hand somebody a piece of paper that says CEUs. There's no way to really measure if there was quality there. So this is our attempt to ensure that there are standards. Alrighty, 47. In our definitions, we have a definition for effective teaching experience. It is defined as means professional full-time experience as a teacher in a public school, approved non-public school, or accredited non-public school for which the annual overall evaluation rating is at least effective or equivalent. The purpose of this definition is specific to the initial pathways to licensure. There are pathways to teacher licensure and pathways to specialist and administrator licensure that require full-time teaching experience. That is the language in the regs. Because that language is there, we have to define it, because there's going to be a second comment here that says take the definition out. I think MSEA's concern, which Cheryl spoke to earlier, is it shouldn't limit it to full-time because there are teachers that are part-time. That's very true. And it is certainly not the intention of the definition of the licensure regulations to define effective teaching experience outside of licensure. The purpose of this definition is so that we can look at somebody's application for licensure and tell if they qualify. So if an individual says, I worked for 3 hours a week in non-accredited, Susie Homemaker's school in her house that's not accredited, and that's the verification of experience I get, I have to look at this definition. Well, was it full-time? And so full-time and part-time are also defined, 0.5 and above or below 0.5. So all of that is defined in these regulations. I say, okay, well, Susie does not have full-time, so that I can't take this experience, and it's not in an accredited, it's not in an LEA or an accredited non-public or an approved non-public school, so I cannot take this experience. That is the purpose of this definition. That's the sole purpose of this definition. I am not recommending that we remove it. And in fact, we can't remove it because then we won't be able to implement the regulations. I'm not recommending that we remove full-time. Unless this board feels strongly that someone that only works 2 hours a week for a year should have the effective teaching experience they need, compared to someone that works a full-time job. And I've not heard that from either board. All right, next we have, still in the definitions. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is the adjunct teacher. This is the adjunct teacher regulation, and I want you to ignore my comment because I've changed it. So I'm going to tell you what it is. So in the adjunct teacher requirements, I copied and pasted them from the old regs. It's the same, but fair enough. You could construe the requirement professionally licensed mentor to mean that they have to have a professional license in the area of mentor. We don't have such a thing. So what's the harm in clarifying? So I talked with Sean, and we agree that it's a non-substantive change, that if we change this to read a mentor who holds a professional license, because that is the intent. So I do need to make that. It's the one change you're not going to see in the regs. All right, next. So this is multiple. You're not going to see the actual regulation because it's spread throughout the regulations. So we do use the term department recognized assessor, department provided observation tool, department this, department that. You're going to see that spread throughout these regulations. And the reason is because in regulatory language, it is common to refer to the state agency who oversees those regulations as the department. It's same in law. The suggestion was that we should call it out and say, it's the Maryland State Department of Education. That is not necessary. The entire subtitle is full of the department. So I'm not suggesting that we make that change, unless the Department of State documents tells us that we need to make that change. Everybody needs to make that change somewhere down the road. Line 50. Back to our professional development points. One of the several ways you can earn professional development points to renew that license is by being a mentor. And the suggestion was made that mentorship training, because what it says in that regulation is to qualify for the PDP. It says mentoring is the process by which an experienced professional who has received mentorship training helps one or more individuals to improve their performance. General. Assistance may involve role modeling, direct instruction, demonstration, observation and feedback, developing of plans. So giving some ideas of what that mentoring could entail. And then mentoring may include the supervision of a field experience, of a pre-service student teacher or an intern or an approved teacher preparation program. I'm going to tell you a secret. All that language was pulled from the existing approved continuing professional development credits for mentoring. So again, just trying to kind of get rid of some barriers. Don't worry about, applying for a continuing professional development credit and as a provider and then having to give it to, if you're a mentor, the LEA will have, or you as an LEA employee will have the opportunity to say, this is what I've done, and these are the points that I've earned. Somebody will sign off as the employer that you actually did that. So the request that we further define and clarify what the mentor training is. It's not appropriate to be in these regulations. We have induction regulations. So mentor training is defined in the induction regulations. And in fact, I took the opportunity in this response to let everyone know that we are running a statewide induction work group. We have met 4 times, I think, or we're going to meet at least one other time. And the charge of that statewide work group is to make recommendations to amend the induction regulations. So that is the appropriate place to really flesh out what those requirements are. So I'm not recommending that we muddy the waters here. And then we've talked about this bottom one.
Just to circle back for one moment to 49, I just wanted to point out one more thing with regard to the comment regarding ambiguity of department. I think it's defined in that regulation, if I'm correct.
Maybe.
I think department is defined in COMAR 13812 0102B13 as the Maryland State Department of Education. So
there you go.
Yeah. I've been reading these enough times. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Thank you. 52. Back to definitions. They mentioned that long-term substitute, this kind of goes along with that other definition that we removed because it doesn't exist anywhere in the regulations. This is another example. I remember we did have something about long-term substitute experience. We pulled it out a while ago, so it should be removed, and I have removed it. It's non-substantive change. And next, we have in line 53, I'm just going to read the first part of it. Item CO2, which is in the teachers chapter, currently references regulations relative to a comprehensive induction program. So in the in-district pathway, it specifically says, will complete an induction program per COMAR, and it lists the induction citation, which we were just talking about. There's another set of regulations for that. That is subject to funding limitations and have yet to be updated to align with the requirements of the blueprint. Additionally, there is no provision for a reduction in teaching time for new teachers to allow for mentor-teacher support. This comment is noted. This set of regulations and the induction set of regulations is not a mechanism for funding. We don't address fiscal concerns in the regulations, but certainly we note that the concerns that MSEA has with funding a rigorous induction program. The fact that we are citing another set of regulations that are also currently being amended is not a problem. It's not an issue. That citation will always be for induction. If for some reason we eliminate that chapter and we make it somewhere else, we would open these regulations and we would change them to point to the new citation. So I'm not concerned with that, and I don't recommend any changes. 54 goes back to that 3-year conditional special education license, and specifically I think it was Washington County that also wanted us to further define what that federal language means by sustained intensive classroom focus. So again, I do not recommend codifying that in this particular set of regulations. We can certainly provide guidance and technical assistance outside of the regulations to answer any questions and proactively tackle like what this could look like and what it doesn't look like outside of the regulations, and we should. Line 55, talking again about the individual professional development plan. There's a couple comments, I believe, about this. The first one is the concern that the supervisor has to review and sign that plan within 6 months of licensure of that individual. And the recommendation is made to make it to 12 months. By making it to 12 months, you're essentially allowing, bless you, allowing that licensed educator only 4 years to participate in the professional development that they need to renew their license. So the way we write it now, we're still kind of limiting it potentially to up, to 6 months, which is 4.5 years, not 5. I would be very cautious about extending that anymore. I know this is a new process. I know it's going to take some ironing out for the LEAs to decide, like, by LEA, what works best for them, who's going to take this role, what this process is going to look like. But I would not recommend going any more than 6 months because I don't want it to be to the detriment of the license holder. Staying in that same regulation, supervisor review. It's noted that the ability for a supervisor to withdraw approval when a new licensed teacher comes into their school, and the reg does allow a supervisor, so let's say that, I work at school A, and I have my plan, I develop my plan with Darren, my supervisor, or, he's the supervisor's designee, and my plan is in place based on my assignment, and then in 2 years, I move to school B, and Melita is my supervisor, and Melita says, well, you were teaching special ed grade 4 where you were, but now you're teaching grade 8, and that is a huge difference, and I really think we need to modify your plan. The regulations do allow that. But the regulations also explicitly state that any professional development that I've done already toward my plan cannot be withdrawn. Like, you have to accept it. And there's actually a due process built in for, like, if a teacher thinks that someone is not approving their plan and it should be approved. And it eventually goes all the way to the state superintendent. So I feel like there's enough safeguards embedded into that process. I would not recommend changing it at this time. And then finally, the last line, still talking about those professional development plans, signatures. It's MSEA's position that the supervisor's signature process should be incorporated into the evaluation process and not be a separate process. So as a reminder, this plan is a every 5-year plan because it is tied to licensure. Having it align with the annual evaluation process that may look different 24 different ways is not logistically feasible, nor do I think it's necessary because again, this is once every 5 years. So I'm confident that our LEAs and our non-public schools can flesh out processes where the signatures can occur in a timely fashion once every 5 years. And then I think this is the last comment from MSEA, line 58. Okay, so now we're jumping to a chapter that we've not yet talked about. This is the disciplinary action chapter. This specific, and then Cheryl talked about this too, placing an alert on an educator's record. And I actually want us to turn to the regulatory packet again. So if you could go to page 32. And take a look a little farther down than halfway at I, placing an alert on an educator's record. So the purpose of this regulation is to ensure transparency. This is a process that MSDE has engaged in for many years. So just to give everybody kind of a little background on processes. So, and this is outlined in the other part of this chapter. So when an individual has action taken on their certificate or their license moving forward, that action can be requested or recommended in multiple ways. The first and most common way is that a local education agency recommends that action be taken. And they make that recommendation to the state superintendent of schools. It's here, it's in the reporting procedures. Non-public school is the second way. They go to an approved non-public school, and these are specific schools approved under certain COMAR. They make a recommendation, and all the charges by which an individual can have action taken on their license are outlined in these regulations. It's not just for anything. They're in regs. So let's say that, LEA employs Kelly, and Kelly breaches her contract, and that is one of the causes that is found in this chapter. Then the LEA can decide to recommend that there's a year suspension on my license because I have engaged in one of the causes in this regulation. At that point in time, and this is what the regulation says, is facing the suspension or revocation of a license after being informed of charges by the state superintendent of schools. That means the recommendation has come to the state superintendent, and we at MSDE have responded by notifying the certificate holder, license holder, to say, we're taking action. You have the right to due process. And there is a whole due process. It's written out here in these regs. They can request a hearing. There's several steps. At that point in time, we are going to indicate on their record that there is a potential disciplinary action that's going to happen. And we call it an alert. So what that looks like is it's literally like a banner in the back office of their licensure record. It is not public facing. It is something that the MSDE can see. And if they are employed, their employer can see it. So let's say that same profile. I'm getting, I potentially am having my license suspended for breach of contract. I work for Anne Arundel County. and Anne Arundel County is pursuing that recommendation. While I'm going through my due process with the state, I've already done my local stuff, and I've lost. And then they've made the recommendation. While I'm going through that due process, should I choose to, with the state, there will be an alert on my record. And so if I then go apply for Baltimore County Public Schools, and Baltimore County hires me, now they have access to my record because they've hired me. They can see, oh, wait a minute, Anne Arundel's pursuing something here. I need to make some phone calls to figure out what's going on. I'm going to call the state. Absolutely, that is what we do. And that is what this regulation is explaining. So it's not, I want to be crystal clear. We don't just flag records because, and this has happened before, like I have been asked to flag records because, you know, there's a news report. We don't do that. And we don't do that for exactly the reason that MSEA is worried about right here, because there is due process. So we don't usually hear about things that happen at the local level until they've exhausted their processes and that recommendation is made to the state superintendent. Now, the third way that action can be taken is when MSDE initiates action. So anyone who's not employed. And we do it all the time, every day. So, of course, we're going to flag the record when our own recommendation is made to the state superintendent. So I just want to be really clear about what that alert looks like.
So thank you. That's really helpful and it is crystal clear. I'm just curious if you finished that scenario of Kelly, hired by, I don't remember what county you said, but when that county sees that and is flagged, can they refuse then to actually accept you into the county as a teacher?
Well, they can hire you, but you can't be in a position that requires a certificate if they're going to suspend my certificate. So it's really important for them to know.
Right, but they're not going to know until they've hired you.
Yeah, but the opposite would be we can't go the other way because then we would be not allowing due process to happen.
Okay.
So if we flagged a record every time an LEA thought about taking action, hadn't decided, hadn't finished their investigation, just were investigating, we don't do that. And we don't do that on purpose.
In your scenario, you had done all that with Anne Arundel, and they found you guilty, and you went to the state, and now the MSDE has it flagged in the background. Baltimore City hires you, and then they see it.
Yep.
It's already been founded in Anne Arundel.
But I'm going through due process through the state.
Because bear in mind, there's two. I think one thing that needs to be clarified here is there's two different kinds of due process. There's the county level, you know,
which she lost,
employment level side of things, and then there is the actual
certificate, losing the certificate.
Correct.
Hello,
the action is the certificate.
Losing the job,
Correct.
losing the certificate.
Correct.
Sorry.
No. That's a great question, and that's something that is an important
It's the critical distinction.
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, I was missing that piece of the puzzle.
Is that flag visible if a candidate were to take their certificate out of state?
No.
And this is okay. So that is a great question to why these regs matter, right? Is because there is a big concern, and it's been a big concern that I think since I've been here that MSD has always advocated for is making sure that if there is an educator who has one of the most common causes we get is dismissal or resignation after an allegation of misconduct involving a student in any school system or any minor, and obviously these can run the gamut from minor misconduct to very serious, very severe, misconduct that puts students' health, safety, welfare at risk. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that we're not allowing an educator who has a pending action to jump ship, move to another state, and be a bad actor elsewhere. I think that's one of the reasons why the due process side of things matters, and we try to handle all those pretty comprehensively. But to the extent that these alerts, as Kelly mentioned, have always been part of, I think, the MSD's policy, and it's just making sure that we're being transparent in regulation about how we process these cases.
And we tell just so everybody knows. When an educator finds themselves in a position where the recommendation has been made to the state superintendent, the first thing that we do is we send a letter to that person. I mean, they know because they've usually been involved with their employer, but we send a letter that, you know, reiterates what that request is and why, and we let them know, we have flagged your record. So we're very upfront about that. Now, let's kind of finish that out, right? So the license is suspended. Once that action actually occurs, we do report it to a national clearinghouse, and that's in here too. For the first time, being transparent in our regs about that process too. And we always have, and every other state does too. So then it does become public, and then it does become visible to every other state that participates in that clearinghouse. It's every state. But we wouldn't do that until the action is taken, which due process is done.
So just one last thing. So this actually happened to a person in a school where I worked. And so once it was all finished and the license was taken, person was fired, like you could we read the transcript, like it was 74 pages of everything that transpired and I guess the discussions that happened with the board. So, I mean, when you say it becomes public, it became public.
Well, it depends.
Oh.
It depends. So Maryland does not publish our final orders. Some states do. So that is like the document that summarizes what happened, the action that took place. It should be redacted. But there are states that publish that document, which is very convenient for other states. And it is something that I think we should constantly kind of look toward a way to do that logistically in a way that protects the individual and to ensure that there's no PII, there's no information that needed to be redacted, which is why we've not gone there. But some states do. So perhaps that was an example of a state, or if it was in Maryland, perhaps it was the local due process and it came to the state board because that's published too in a redacted form, but we don't do that.
So when I do a public search for a potential employee coming on board, we go there and they're like, oh, my certificate's valid, and sometimes they don't realize it's not valid. You know, you didn't take the classes towards renewal. Will it show up there anywhere?
It will. So it will say on hold, and that is your prompt as the employer to find out why it's on hold. On hold means disciplinary action.
There's no red flag there. It's just that's why
It'll say on hold. Yeah, it doesn't say like suspended for a year. We could. We haven't gone there yet. Most states do. Ours simply says on hold for now. Any other questions about the process? Okay. So all that is to say, I don't recommend a change to this. All right. Now we're going to turn to Anne Arundel. And we have several from this LEA as well. Their first comment is that they recommend a definition for specialized area for fine arts in the definition section. My response, and I actually put it right here in the box, you can read it here. The purpose of that chapter is, the first thing it does is, you don't necessarily call it a definition, but it defines the purpose of that particular area of licensure. And it does so with the professional and technical education as well, because the purpose is the same. And the purpose is that for those licensure areas, they have to be in a specialized program or school. And this is not new. This is how it's been, just not been called out in a separate chapter. So for example, a professional technical education, a PTE teacher, doesn't work outside of a CTE program. It's a specialized CTE program. That's what makes them a PTE teacher. A SAFA, or a specialized area of fine arts, which I can't even tell you one single person that holds this license in this state right now. It's very, very rare. And the reason it's very rare is because it was designed for individuals to work in places like Baltimore School for the Arts. So an individual who is just working in that specialized school or specialized program can apply for one of these licenses. It's one of the eligibility requirements. So because of that, I am not recommending that we further define it in the definitions. I feel like the purpose as it's written is sufficient. Next, we have another comment about the conditional being 3 years. I'm not going to review that. And then the next comment is with regard to the industry training program. Same type of comment. We believe that this isn't as rigorous. It's a workaround, concern about the standards that are associated with this pathway. So again, I have the same response. We've talked about this at length. I'm not recommending any amendments at this time. Next, we have that concern about our out-of-state applicants taking the portfolio assessment. We've talked about that. They do have the option of using their evaluation rating. Line 63. We're almost there. Again, this goes back to the individualized professional development plan and the fact that there's concern about the supervisor being able to, so this one's actually specific to the situation that I talked about before where someone transfers to a new supervisor. So this is when I say, you know, I worked for Darren and then I worked for Melita. And so the regulations allow, again, my new supervisor to say, yeah, we need to tweak your plan. But in order to do that, it also requires that the new supervisor sign off on the plan to indicate that they've at least reviewed it within 3 months of that person transferring. And so there's concern that that's not enough time. In this particular response, I'm not recommending any changes. However, you know, if we find after implementation this does become a burden, certainly we can look at how we could differentiate that time period for that transferring teacher in the next iteration of regulations, but I would not stop the process now for this change. That would be substantive. Next. Okay, now we're back to the PDPs and the fact that you have to have professional development in one of those 4 content areas. So they recommend that rather than require all of those, that if you add, this goes back to Montgomery counties as well. So if you add an endorsement or if you add a new certificate area, it kind of like that suffices everything. So just like I said before, I really do think you're going to be hard pressed to add an entire new area and not be able to hit all these buckets. But if so, it's not quantified. You know, you can get it done in 5 years. You can take that hour of professional development in that one area that you missed. It's doable. I'm not recommending any changes. Next, we've got the same concern about needing the 3 semester hours of special education coursework for our specialists and administrators. So I'm not going to go there again, but it is an opportunity. The next, line 66, we do concur with this recommendation. It is a typo. It does not make any sense the way that it's referenced. It needed to be corrected. It was not pointing to the right subsection, and I have corrected it. It's not substantive. And that is it for Anne Arundel. And then finally, we have some comments. No, I'm sorry. There's a couple more. This isn't the last one. The Reading League of Maryland. And they've given some good comments for both sets of regulations. So their first suggestion is that we look at really both sets of regulations and we use more consistent language with regard to the science of reading. There are some places in the regulations where we call out like evidence-based reading instruction, research-based reading instruction, science of reading, principles of scientifically based reading practices. There are a number of ways that we describe basically what is the same thing. We agree that consistency certainly would not hurt. Do we think it's a reason to stop this process now? No. The intent is clear, and we certainly can clean it up when we come back, and we should clean it up and be more consistent. We should choose a way to refer to that instruction, and we should be consistent across the regulations. Their second comment is define science of reading. And we've talked about this with this board specifically. And the superintendent and I talked to Darren and Melita yesterday about this and had a good discussion. We believe that absolutely the state could decide to define science of reading. Is it in these regulations? Probably not, because this is a lot bigger than licensure. It's bigger than program approval, especially with it being such a priority for this administration. The state board could potentially define science of reading in some type of policy. We could create a regulation that's more global in COMAR that all the others point to. The law could define science of reading the way that Virginia does it in law. I mean, there are ways that you can do it. We're not recommending that we do it in these regulations at this time, but we do agree that the language should be consistent, and in the second phase of promulgation, we should clean that up. The second comment, 68, refers to there in the renewal regulations, in the PDP regulations, it says you need the 90 PDPs, 90 clock hours, and gives you a long list of ways that you can do that. And then it ends with saying, if you get your national board certification, you can use that in lieu of all of this. Their concern, and unfortunately it's a mistake on their part, and it's understandable, they did not read the regulation correctly. So their concern is that the other part of the renewal regulations, which we have not talked about today, which requires existing educators who are teaching elementary, ESOL, special ed, and early childhood by, I think, 25-26, that school year, that during the renewal, and this is a one-time and done thing, they have to demonstrate proficiency in reading instruction, delivering reading instruction, and there are 4 different ways that they can do that. And they're concerned that nationally board certified teachers will not have to meet that standard because it's assumed that they are good because they have the NBC. They are not exempt from that in the regulations. They are also included, and they have to do it as well. So I think that's just some education that needs to happen. They read the citation incorrectly. All right, now we are at Baltimore City Public Schools. And another concern that the temporary professional license is not available to specialists. And again, because they actually questioned, was this an omission? And the answer is no, it was intentional. And it's not our intent to make that available to them. Their second comment is that, and this is a great one, and it's not recommending a language change, but it is something that, Sean and I have always known we were gonna have to do, but just kind of points it out that yes, if these regulations are adopted, we will have to open the regular teacher's contract and provisional teacher's contract regulation because they cite the old certificates. So yes, absolutely, we will have to do that, and we will have to determine what, because their question is, well, what is a temporary professional? Is it going to be under the provisional contract? Is it going to be under the regular teacher's contract? It's a great question, and it's one that we will tackle in a different set of regulations, and we will absolutely have to do that if these are adopted. And then their second question, same thing. They have questions about tenure. I'm not going to get into that today just because it's too much. Again, this is outside of these regulations. Great question about tenure, but it's not appropriate to answer them in these regulations. And then finally, I think this is the last, yes. The AIB. So the AIB did issue us formal feedback. Again, if you'll recall, we did this, I think, back in May. We did incorporate some of their recommendations. They had a list of things that they felt like were missing. And it just so happened that most of those things were there, and we were able to point to them. In their first comment, and it was clear to me, or at least I'd like to think that this is what they meant. They were very forthcoming about, these things we think you can hit later, like in a future iteration. I don't think they're trying to stop this process in any way, which was nice. It seemed very collaborative in nature. But their first comment was that the AIB notes that the regulations do not require secondary teachers to submit a passing score on a reading instruction test or proficiency attestation content area. So in the law, beginning in July 1st, 2025, it does say for Maryland-approved program completers that they will have to take a test of reading instruction regardless of the grade band they teach. And as you can imagine, that assessment would look very different than the assessment that we are currently using for our early childhood elementary folks who actually have to teach reading. So there is, there's a practice assessment for that, and there may be a different attestation for that. It's something that's coming in 2025. So they're just noting, like, it's not explicit here. Now, what the regulations do say is that, in fact, let me just read you. It's going to be in the pathways section. So it says, passing scores as established by the state superintendent of schools on a reading instruction licensure test approved by the State Board of Education or attestation of proficiency through observation completed by a department recognized assessor using a department provided observation tool. It does not call out the grade levels in the regs purposefully. So we can change we always have changed test policy in policy. So we don't have to open the regs every single time. We have to change an assessment. So nothing is prohibiting us from requiring that assessment for secondary teachers in these regulations. And they're right. We don't call it out. We don't call attention to it, but it is certainly, these regulations allow us to do it. That is page 7, A1. All right, next. Oh, and same comment, and I think this got cut off, sorry about that. So they also mentioned in this comment that they're wondering why we removed and for those of you who have been here for a little while, we had a reference to the 3.0 GPA in every single pathway to licensure there for a little bit. And after our last round of public comments, this board, over many months, when we made our substantive changes, talked about, okay, let's go through every single pathway and let's remove all of the potential barriers that we do not feel are critical and are not required by law. And because there are assessments that are required by law, specifically for our Maryland-approved programs, as well as our out-of-state candidates, if you want to think about that test, that test of teaching ability, it was this board's decision that if you've completed your preparation, you've passed your assessments, any assessments that are required, we don't need to see your GPA. You've completed your preparation. We're not going to say no because you also didn't start your preparation with the right GPA. As long as you've completed it, and in our program approval regulations, we do have an entrance requirement because that's aligned with national accreditation right now. But at the end, if you've done everything you need to do and the program let you graduate, let you complete, you got that stamp on your transcript, or you've completed the in-district training program, everybody's attested, you've met all the requirements, we're not going to look back at your GPA. So that is the response to their question, why did you remove it? We were removing an unnecessary barrier. Professional development points is their next comment. They want us to, there's a couple things here. First, and they mentioned this in the first round, I think, I don't want to say concern, but there are questions about, like, how is this all going to tie to the career ladder and movement up the career ladder once it's established? There's nothing in these regulations that would preclude anyone from moving up the career ladder by doing the professional development points should they choose not to go get nationally board certified. The national board certification, which is the way you move up the career ladder, is embedded into these regulations. So I think it's going to align nicely, but if we come to a time where we have to kind of clarify language in these regulations once the career ladder is established, that makes sense. We can certainly tackle that at this time. But at this time, I can't think of anything else we would put in these regulations to align them to a career ladder that's not yet stood up. They also say identify the number of PDPs awarded for mentoring. So they want us to be a little bit more prescriptive about, well, how many points do you get for mentoring? I wouldn't recommend being that prescriptive right now. I think we need to trust in the mentor and their supervisor who's overseeing that mentorship to understand how many clock hours they've put in and make that determination on how many PDPs they get. But if we find later that, yeah, we should really quantify that, we certainly can, but we tried not to put parameters in when we felt like we didn't need to. Same thing, expand the micro-credentialing pathway to identify boundaries on the types of micro-credentials that can be obtained. Micro-credentialing is still fairly new, so we didn't want to really drop too many parameters in, because once you put it in reg and say, okay, it can only be A, B, and C, and this great D comes about, well, guess what? You're out of luck. So, but certainly something maybe we should come back and look at if we find like things are just, wild, wild west type stuff. Expand the PDP system to leverage innovations in educators' continued growth and development, as well as making connections to the career ladder. So back to the career ladder. So I'm just going to remind everybody that, and it's cut off here, so I'm going to read it to you. The very last option for an educator to earn their professional development points if they are employed is the department shall accept professional development activities approved by the department, Maryland local school systems, state agencies, a Maryland-approved non-public school, or another state Department of Education. So basically what that means is if an LEA decides that there is an occupational experience that is a valid professional development activity, then they may approve that, and we're not going to look behind it. So I don't think we can expand that any further. I really don't think we can expand that any further. That is extremely flexible. So I think we're hitting it there, and maybe they just didn't see that part, but I think we're doing it already. Yeah. All right, add research and consideration of top-performing systems approaches to professional growth. Absolutely, we should always continue to do that, and we should continue to look at the research when amending these later down the road. Absolutely. Clarify PDPs, professional development points for administrators, and the topic areas that will be accepted. So this goes to one of the last things that we added. And again, I wouldn't get too prescriptive at this point, but if we have to come back later, perhaps we can. But this is where we've called out that if you have an administrator license, if you're employed and have that administrator license, you do have to include somewhere in your PDP strategies for increasing teacher retention and strategies for developing and facilitating teacher leadership. So one, I question whether the AIB actually saw this provision because they're talking about the 4 other areas. And 2, I think that's a good start because again, you've got the 4 areas, plus you've got these 2 areas that you have to incorporate as an administrator. I wouldn't want to go too far too soon. But certainly all of the renewal requirements we should consistently be looking at every single time we open up these regulations. And then finally, and this is a comment that they made the first time around, dual enrollment teachers, continuing to explore pathways to licensure for these teachers. Once again, I've noted that one, we will continue, of course, we will continue to have conversations about new pathways to licensure, right? That's what we'll always do. And maybe one of those ways is when you have, or you're faculty, or you have a terminal degree in a content area. And I know we've explored that before. We didn't land on anything this time around, but certainly we can continue to talk about that. But I've also mentioned, again, that the requirements for faculty in an IHE are not determined by the MSDE, and an educator license is not required. So that's an IHE decision, and those regulations for minimum requirements are found in the MHEC regulations, 13B. So, we'll keep talking about it. And the very last comment for licensure, they mentioned, again, like there's some stuff in the blueprint that we don't see here. This is the last time when we went down this road, we were able to find everything that they mentioned. They specifically called out some language about, what am I on the wrong one? Nope, I'm on the wrong one, sorry. Oh, got it. So they wanted to remind us that we have to update the eligibility requirements for administrator, which we've always planned to do the very next step after adoption. So, and they know that. They said, this can be done in the future. They understand that's our plan. But that is their last comment for licensure. So those are all the comments for licensure. In summary, the MSD is not recommending any substantive changes at this time. We are recommending that the board adopt these regulations as is, and then anything that we've identified as needing to be clarified or tweaked or done in round 2, we start doing them.
Well, thank you, Kelly. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for doing the heavy lift and getting it all together. We really appreciate it. In terms of, excuse me, in terms of programs, I think we're going to table that to next meeting. It's been a heavy lift, lots of brain cells being used today, and think everyone just needs a brain break at this point. So we are going to table this to next meeting, but I do want to circle back on the agenda and go through what our agenda will look like for our next meeting. So going back, we would have the items listed at the top: call to order, public comment, announcements, communication update. We'll approve our August and September minutes. We should have elections next meeting too, correct?
I have June's right here.
Okay.
Okay, so the reason we did not do June's last time is because we did not have a quorum of people that were actually at the June meeting. So how does that work now that we have new, would it just be?
It would be those those who are still seated on the board from the June meeting.
Because remember, our bylaws look at abstentions as no's.
Correct, but it wouldn't be, so if someone who was on the board at that time in June is no longer seated on the board, they would not count towards that quorum any longer.
So there's going to be, who was not at the June meeting because you're new, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is.
Was I June there?
Majority.
I don't remember if I was at June or
What I'm
not.
asking is
Sorry.
of the entire membership that was present at the June meeting, save for excluding people who are no longer on the board. Of those, do we have enough that would be
Darren did it to me.
half or more,
I did the August.
or a majority?
He did August for sure.
I did August.
I mean, I can tell you who was here.
Right. See, look how long ago that was. I'm like, was I here?
Yeah, you were here.
Did I see him?
Yes. I did August.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who wasn't here.
Right. I know you did August because we were
That are not new members.
But that are still members.
That are still members. Corey and Monica. And Monica is no longer with us, but she wasn't here anyway. And Corey is no longer on the board.
So you're fine.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. Okay, so we'll just be doing the August and September meeting minutes, and then we'll go through the programs, the public comment for programs. Okay, so with that being said, I think we can get through. Is there anything else that we need to discuss, Kelly?
Just the June minutes. We have to vote.
No, the agenda for next time, because I feel like we can look over the June minutes.
Rollout plan information, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I was
Yes.
also going to ask you if you wanted to talk at all about legislative priorities, given it's the end of or the beginning of October.
Yes. Yes.
And Melita also correctly pointed out,
Is it elections next month?
Oh, yes, it is the election of yes.
And then elections.
Yep.
So with all that being said, I think we could probably get through everything from 9:30 to 12:30. I don't think we need an extended meeting. No, we should.
There's only 22 comments.
Yeah, we should get through that, and
We should be good.
yeah. So we'll plan for our meeting to be 9:30 to 12:30 for our October meeting. That date is, because I can't remember. Yes, October 5th. All right, so I believe we need a motion to.
I had this on the whole time. Sorry. Just a heads up. I will likely not be here for the October meeting. There may be standing counsel. It'll be likely Elliot, Alan, or someone else from my office. So just wanted to give a heads up. I'll be driving down to Miami.
That makes us sad. Oh, I'm not sad that you're driving to Miami, but that makes us sad that you won't be here. All right, so.
Don't move.
Thank you. So a motion to approve the agenda for the October meeting made by Dr. Taylor, seconded by. Yep. Seconded. Without objection, we can approve the. See, I feel like now I'm rusty, Sean. We can approve the October agenda. Thank you. All right, so let's take a moment to read through the June minutes so that we can make a motion on them and move forward.
And for clarity, if we were not on the board, we are not voting, we're not abstaining, we're not doing anything. Correct? Okay.
I feel like there was a typo in there down by action items on page 1.
Yep. And it's typed on page 2.
With the typos.
Oh, I see it. I see the first one. What's the second one?
Typo on page 2, the other percent 10 of time, I think it should be 10%. Towards the bottom, Ms. Meadows indicated as a lead teacher, the other percent 10 of time. It should be
got it.
10%.
Okay. I'll second the motion with the corrections.
Oh, got it.
All right, motion on the floor to approve the June minutes with corrections.
Yep, got it.
Let me try again. Motion to approve the June 2023 minutes with the cited corrections.
And one other for consistency.
Okay.
That,
Wait a minute.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
No, just for consistency purposes, sometimes Meadows is with an S, sometimes without an S. We're on page 3. Meadows, and Meadow. And it should be Dr. Zebley, and throughout it's Mr.
Got it.
I'm going to wait. Any other corrections? Because I've tried the motion a couple times, so I'm just.
And every time I'm like, hold on.
Right.
Right, it's still discussion, yeah.
Any other points of discussion? Okay. We're going to try one more time. Motion to approve the June 2023 minutes with the cited corrections. Deb made the motion. I'm restating the motion because we had a lot going on. So it was motion made by Dr. Gartland. It was seconded by Dr. Taylor. Without any objections, we are going to approve the June 2023 minutes with the cited corrections. Okay. Sean, I need to go back and I need to change the agenda for next month. Do I need to?
Nope. You can do it whenever you want. Yeah.
She said I can do whatever I want. So therefore,
Chair.
we're going to have ice cream next meeting. No. No, teasing. I do want to add in a state board update. I know when we met with Clarence, he said that, and I pretty much Shane offered that is his name, correct, Kelly? Shane? It's Shane, correct?
Who?
For state board, Clarence.
Director?
Clarence.
Zach? Wait.
Zach.
The president?
No, not Clarence. What is his name?
Their executive director is Zachary. Zachary.
Right, but
Yep.
Shane is somebody too, though.
Shane is the state superintendent's assistant.
Then it's Zachary. I was just like, there's a Shane too. Okay, so Zachary offered to come and give an update for us on the state board dealings. And for those of us who have been on the board for numerous years, remember we used to get state board updates. So I would like to bring that back. So I am going to add that into the agenda to get the state board updates in that manner. So we'll amend the agenda to include that. Okay. All right. So anything else we need to discuss? All right, so we're going to look for a motion to adjourn at 1:55. Dr. Taylor is already in position to make the motion, seconded by? Yep, seconded over here. So without objection, we are going to adjourn our meeting at 1:55 p.m. today. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. See, I was like, no, there's a Shane. Like, I was like, it was too many names.